Only took us 7 months.
We're talking about floating rivers.
Correct.
Are you ready? You're the program.
It is 9 o'clock. We will call the August 2nd regular meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Presentations. Board of Supervisors, item 1.1, receive a presentation from Trinity River Restoration Program regarding the Trinity River flow management.
Hi, good morning. Where should I plug in the laptop for the presentation? I guess, does that mean you're the clicker too? Want me to say next slide or?
Okay. Usually I get it every on a flash drive.
Okay, if you
Oh,
have.
we have it. Yeah, there's
Good morning. My name is Chad Abel. I work for the Trinity River Restoration Program. We're going to start by kind of each introducing ourselves. We'll be presenting today, and then there's a couple of others here from the office as well. I'm a relative newbie. I relocated from Wisconsin to take the job at TRP in 2020. I've always strived for strong public engagement in my work, and I continue to do that with TRP. My wife and I bought a home in Weaverville, and we have 2 sons. One's going into 1st grade, and the other one's going into 4th grade this fall.
Hi, my name is Ken Linke. I'm an environmental scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Been working in river ecosystems for about 15 years. I work full-time for the restoration program. I'm a department employee, and I've been doing that for about 5 years. I grew up in Humboldt County, and I've spent as long as I can remember hanging out with Trinity. I've got family in Hawkins Bar, so Trinity River and Trinity County are a special place for me. So look forward to, thanks for taking the time to listen to us, and look forward to talking to you in a bit. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Kyle DeGiulio. I'm the Senior Fisheries Biologist for the Trinity River program of Yurok Tribal Fisheries, and I've been with them since 2008. I moved to Trinity County in 2007, and I worked with the Department of Fish and Wildlife for the state. Since that time, I've participated in numerous studies, enumerating adult fish, enumerating juvenile fish, working on habitat surveys, geomorphic surveys, riparian surveys, and the rest. I live in Weaverville. I'm married. My wife works at the Forest Service, and I have a 3-year-old daughter. And I'm glad to be here to talk to you this morning.
Hi, my name's Seth Naiman, and I'm a fish biologist with NOAA Fisheries in the Arcata office. I moved to Humboldt County in 2003 and started working for the Yurok tribe almost exclusively on the Trinity River. So I've been studying the Trinity River now for almost coming up on unbelievably 20 years here. In 2008, I received a master's degree from Humboldt State University. I studied the effects of hatchery fish on wild fish, and that's about the same time I started working for NOAA Fisheries, and I've also been focused primarily on the Trinity, studying climate change, fisheries restoration, habitat restoration, population estimates. I just recently actually snorkeled the North Fork Trinity River, the New River, and the South Fork Trinity River, counting populations of spring chinook and some around steelhead. So I'm excited to have the opportunity to talk to you today, and thanks for having us.
Morning board, Sheriff Frazier. My name is Patrick Flynn. I'm an environmental compliance specialist with Trinity County Planning Department. My role is to serve as the county's technical representative on work groups and in meetings with TRP, and to filter that information that I digest from those meetings up to Trinity Management Council representatives such as Supervisor Gogan and Supervisor Groves. I moved to the Weaverville area about 5 years ago, and one of the reasons I chose to live in this area was the result of a field trip that I took as part of my undergrad degree from Humboldt State in environmental planning. We had a field trip. I met some folks, actually met Eric Peterson. He presented, and we did a little site visit tour of the type of work that they do, and I was really excited by the work and wanted to work in this area and move to be here and to be involved to some degree. I ended up interning for the RCD for a while and then worked there for a couple of years, and now I've ended up working for the county as the TRP's technical representative. I'm available for any questions if you might have it, but I'm going to turn it over to the rest of the team. Thanks.
Good morning, I'm Eric Peterson. My family moved to the Trinity area, to Weaverville, when I was about yay high in 1975. My father was very involved in the community here in the museum, and was the one that restored the stagecoach that we see every 4th of July. I went off to various places, became an ecologist, and returned here to raise my family in 2007. Started with the restoration program in 2009, primarily as a data manager, coordinating data between the different agencies that we have. But I also bring my ecological expertise here as well, and have taken on projects with algae recently.
Good morning, board. You guys are getting inundated today, it seems. So I'm Mike Dixon. I work for the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation as the Executive Director of the Trinity River Restoration Program. I've been here about 6 years now, grew up in Northern California, and was excited to come back and take on this role here several years ago. I'm not going to be presenting to you, but I am available to answer any general or policy questions that the board has at the conclusion of the presentation. So thank you.
Okay.
Aim to the left.
Vote over here. Nope. All right. So you're all very familiar with the Trinity River, but just to do our due diligence, I'm going to introduce some things that you probably already know, but a refresher is always good. So the Trinity River was undammed and flowed freely until around 1964. At that time, the Trinity River Division of the Central Valley Project was built in the basin, consisted of Lewiston and Trinity dams. Trinity Dam is a storage reservoir. It's one of the larger storage reservoirs in the state that exports, and then that water travels through Lewiston Reservoir to Lewiston Dam, where it is exported through the Carr Tunnel to Whiskeytown, produces power, and delivers water to the rest of the state. When this project was first built, 80 to 90% of the water was taken, leaving only 10% to flow down the river. Immediately, impacts were seen, fisheries declined, and the operations of that project had to be rethought. By the 1990s, there was a flow study that was directed by the Department of the Interior to study how much water the Trinity River might need and to readjust the flows. That resulted in about 50% of the water flowing down the river, about 47% actually, 50% still being diverted. Since that time, we've been studying those flow releases, we've been learning from them, and we've been seeing how the fisheries respond to them. So a lay of the land here. Obviously the Trinity River is the heart of Trinity County, it flows through the center of our county. All of its tributaries we inhabit and they feed into the river. The lower end of the Trinity River is the Hoopa Tribal Reservation, and below that on the Klamath is the Yurok Tribal Reservation. These tribes have federally recognized fishing rights and have been impacted severely by the decline of fisheries in the Trinity. The purple area that you see on the map is the area of the basin that has been blocked off from anadromy. That means fish can't access that area of the basin anymore, and the waters that are collected behind there, half of them are diverted through the tunnel that you see in black and white over to Whiskeytown, as I just mentioned. The white area is the remaining watershed of the Trinity River to which anadromous fish have access. The anadromous fish that we're speaking about include spring and fall run Chinook. Spring run Chinook were recently listed by the state of California as threatened. Coho salmon, which were listed as threatened in 1997, and steelhead. We have several runs of steelhead that come in throughout the year and obviously support a robust recreational sport fishery. Pacific lamprey are another very important anadromous fish. They provide food to the local tribes, and they also support the ecosystem. Next slide. So the Trinity River Restoration Program is a fairly unique restoration program. It is composed of federal agencies and state agencies, Native American tribes, and Trinity County. And the goal of the program is the long-term goals of this program are to restore the form and function of the Trinity River restore and sustain natural production of anadromous fish populations in the Trinity River to pre-dam levels, and to facilitate the full participation by dependent tribal, commercial, and sport fisheries through enhanced harvest opportunities. While other large restoration programs exist in the country, this last goal of supporting fisheries is unique to the Trinity, and the tribal component of that is also more prevalent in this program than others. So with that, I think I'll hand it over to Chad to tell you more about what the restoration program does to try to restore the river.
Next slide. Oh, actually, well, this was actually one of Kyle's slides too. We have a number of things in our toolbox that we use to try to meet that goal of the program, including gravel augmentation, channel rehabilitation, and watershed restoration, and the restoration flows all through the lens of adaptive management. And specifically, that photo in the middle of restoration flows is the reason that we're here to address the board today. Next slide. So I wanted to start by just talking a little bit about a hydrograph and the water years, so you have a full understanding of how water is managed on the Trinity. It's important to know that an integral component of current and any future flow management is the amount of water we have available for releases from the dam. And that's based on the full natural flow, which is the amount of water captured by the dams that would otherwise flow down the Trinity. And we have pretty good methods to estimate the amount of water that's coming into the Trinity, that full natural flow that now is shared between the Central Valley and the Trinity River. And our water, the amount of water we have available in any particular year is based on the water year type, but it's really just based on the amount of precipitation we get through the winter. So it goes from a normal year to something much wetter, or to something much drier like we've experienced now for several consecutive years on the Trinity. Next slide. And then I just briefly wanted to explain a hydrograph. So what you see here is along the left side, going up and down is the amount of flow in Epss, cubic feet per second. And I just want to call your attention to all these next slides that the value represented on that y-axis is 0 to 12,000. So all these slides are scaled the same. And I think that's important to bring up. And then along the bottom is the dates of those flow events, starting in October 1, which is when our water year starts, just like the fiscal year, and going through September 30th of the next year. And so probably goes without mentioning, but when you see spikes, that's when the river is high, and when you see dips, that's when the river gets low. And you notice that a lot of the high events start late in the fall and peter out by April or May, sometimes extend a little later into the season, into June. And I feel like there's something else I wanted to say there. But I think that's the main point. Next slide. So this slide is, the previous slide was the flow before the dam was put in place in the last wet water year in 1954. This slide shows the typical management of the water flows into the Trinity after the dam was constructed, and this in particular is 1965. So you can see that a lot of the year was flatlined, and there was only small bumps when they increased flow. Because, as Kyle mentioned, in the early years, 80 to 90% of all the water from the Trinity went to the Central Valley. Next slide. And so here are these two just for comparison. The red is the 1954 wet water year before the dam was put in, and the blue is the 1965 after dam. And you can see that how the river was being managed versus how the river used to flow was considerably different. And as I said before, these are both scaled the same, so you really get a sense of the amount of water volume that was removed from the river after dam construction. And after 2004, the program started implementing restoration flows, and so we really started to make improvements as to the old management, and you can see that these spring releases were meant to create and improve the form and function of the river with high peaks and other changes in the hydrograph although occurring after April 15th. Next slide. And then again, just for comparison, the 2016, which was also a wet water year versus that 1965 post-dam period, the great progress, as it says there, has been made since we started to do restoration releases in 2004. But for 8 months of the year in 2016, the river was held at base flow, essentially flatlined. And if you look at a hydrograph as a pulse of the river, you can see, or you can imagine the effect that that would have to it. Next slide. And I think this is one of my last slides. So it shows here, 2016, the full natural flow, so what I told you about before, the amount of inflow that goes to the dam that would otherwise have flown down the river in orange, and then our hydrograph from 2016 there in black. And so we said we have, like I said, been getting some things right, but you notice that there's many months prior to April 15 where the river otherwise would have experienced different flow events, and even under current management, we're not able to replicate that. Next slide. And this is where I pass it off to my colleague.
All right. Thank you, Chad. So I'm going to talk about some of the ecological linkages and some of the biology between these different flow management schemes. So as Chad mentioned before, there's in any given year we have all these higher flows in the winter in streams throughout the region, or would have had them in the Trinity River. And this graphic here displays that. So this is from same year, I think 2016. And what you can see, what this graph is showing, is that on the left axis is the flow in CFS from the Trinity River at Lewiston, and that's the blue line. And then the other two lines are the South Fork Trinity River and Indian Creek. And what you can see from those is the South Fork Trinity River and Indian Creek, which are obviously, as you know, undammed. They have this pattern in the winter, where in the spring and the winter, where there was snowmelt, there was precipitation, and these big runoff events in those streams. So the point being that all of the streams in the region, generally, when a storm comes through, respond in the same way. It rains a lot around, all the streams come up, except as you can see, for our dam releases, there's no flow. And that component of it, of our current management scheme, is basically why we're here talking to you today, because ultimately we'd like to get the county and its residents comfortable with having some flow releases from the dam in the winter so that it matches the natural systems better than it does now. Next slide. And I think you can click again. So yeah, so one of the effects of releasing all of this water, basically the majority of the water that we have to release in the spring, is a big change in the temperature of the river in the spring. So if you look on this graph, and do I have a point? Well, I guess you're looking at your screen, so the pointer's not going to do you any good. But what you can see here on starting in March, those lines, these are 5 different water year types. So critically dry water year in 2014, all the way through normal, or dry, normal, all the way to extremely wet in 2017. These are 5 different water year types that we have, ranging from, like I said, critically dry to extremely wet. As you can see in March, we get the water temperature starts out in the 40s and it begins to climb and climb as the air temperatures warm up until May. And in May, there's this drop off in water temperatures that occurs when we release all that water for the river. And the black lines that you see there are the optimal rearing temperatures for juvenile salmon growth. And the point here is that basically as the river warms up, it's actually in the spring, the warming is good for juvenile salmonids, and it's meant to, and they grow better as the water warms up in the spring because their metabolism increases and they can grow more. And then we end up suppressing the water temperature, and when it gets too cold for juveniles, they don't grow as fast, and then they're smaller when they migrate out to sea. They don't survive as well, and so it's really, you know, in a lot of ways, unnatural to have that much of that cold water coming out of the dam in a big chunk in the spring like that, and it has this effect on suppressing growth of juveniles, when in a natural system the water flows would be declining as the snow melt goes away and warming naturally. Next slide. Those are the arrows there. That's okay. Those are the arrows there at those times. So in terms of improving flow management, one thing that a missing link in not having any high flow releases during the winter is that are the invertebrates, the bugs in the river, which the fish eat, are adapted to having these high flow events, and it helps set up the food chain for the spring to have winter flow events. So what this graphic is showing is that by having these, you know, this is basically a picture of what we would like to do with the Trinity River in the spring, you know, have some flow releases in the spring. And what that does is when you have these, you know, a peak flow event in February and another in March, the biofilm, which is when you walk across a river and you slip everywhere, and if you don't have, that's why, you know, the fishermen wear felt-soled wading boots because the rocks get slippery. Well, that's a food base for insects, and that film needs to be set up at the right time for the invertebrates to colonize it and eat it. And then when you do that, lo and behold, come in the spring when the juvenile salmon are at their peak and really need as much food as they can, invertebrate production peaks then in May with all of those steps set up. But if you don't have that system doesn't really occur. You get a different species assemblage that aren't really, you get the larger grazers, the larger insects stick around that aren't really food for the small salmon. So by not having these winter flows, we're not optimizing the food production for juvenile salmonids. Next slide. So this graph here, this slide here is, let's see, I'll direct your attention to the numbers, the table that you see here on the right. And what this table is showing, if you look there on the kind of that bottom row, and you see the averages down there at the bottom, what it shows is that our average release date for any flows out of the river on any given year is April 22nd. However, because we run, you know, as a lot of you are aware, there's a rotary screw trap down here at Pear Tree, and by that date, by April 22nd, approximately 60% of juvenile Chinook salmon have already left the river. So the flows that we provide by not providing any flows in the winter, we're not providing habitat when the juvenile salmonids are there. A lot of them have already left. And on your, the pictures that you see here is from a study conducted in the Sacramento River, where the authors looked at fish growth in different areas of the river, in the canal, in the river, and then on the floodplain. And in fact, there have been some studies with fish, entering different off-channel habitats, even rice fields. And the fish that are reared and grow out on the floodplains are the biggest, because they're getting access to all of these, terrestrial insects. There's all this like leaf litter and detritus, sticks, all these things out on the floodplains, and the river proper itself isn't the most productive for the salmon. And if we keep flows in the river low at 300 CFS like we do in the Trinity all winter, the river can't get out onto those floodplains and can't get into all those backwaters and those side channels. Those are the areas that are really productive. And that's where this picture is from, a paper in which the authors studied that. So if we were able to release flows from Lewiston Dam in the winter, at the time when the juvenile fish were rearing, they could get onto those areas and onto those floodplain habitats and grow faster, be bigger, have better survival, and ultimately produce more adults returning. Next slide. And one thing I think myself and my colleagues here would like to convey is that there is a really, really deep body of literature, of peer-reviewed scientific research that supports the goals that we have and the things that we like to do. This is just a smattering. This is 4 different papers here, but there's literally dozens upon dozens of scientific papers that say, it's really important for fisheries managers, for wildlife managers who are in charge of dams to ensure that the dam releases closely match the natural river systems. And this one author here, Dr. Arthington, said simple static environmental flow rules are misguided and will ultimately contribute to the degradation of river ecosystems. So by keeping those flows flatlined, like you saw in the graphics before, coming out of Lewiston Dam, we're basically breaking these important ecological linkages that we could do a lot better and help contribute to better fish growth. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Ken Linke from California Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, thanks. So as you guys are probably already aware, we're proposing some changes to flow management, and that largely involves moving water earlier in the year. And you heard that, we have all this literature that says, more natural hydrographs are better for rivers, but it's much more specific than that. We have a good understanding of specific reasons why that is. It's not simply natural for natural's sake. So in doing this work, we came up with a set of objectives that we would like to try to accomplish with the proposed flows that we're going to present to you. So I'm going to go over those. This is certainly not a complete list, but this is what we've kind of boiled down for this current effort. So first and foremost, we would like, the objective is to increase growth of juvenile salmon and steelhead. And that's accomplished through many different ways that we'll get into here in a second. One of those is by synchronizing a flow event from Lewiston Dam with tributaries. And Seth kind of alluded earlier to the reasons for that, and we can expand on that in a Q&A if you have further questions. But one of the main things there for that particular piece is to introduce this disturbance that helps with the bugs, the foodscape to provide for juvenile salmonids. And temperature is a really important component. So these are cold water fishes, and a lot of what they do, both in terms of their behavior and their growth, depends on temperature, because they aren't able to regulate temperatures themselves like mammals can. So one of those things is that when the natural rivers start to recede in the spring and start to warm up, that cues the fish to move out, move downstream and start to head to the ocean. And that's a really important, the timing of that is really important. And we believe that our current management is delaying that process because our cold water releases aren't giving that warming cue. And as you guys are all probably well aware, the conditions in the lower Klamath are pretty bad. And we suspect that the delay that our current management is causing in that migration is putting them at risk in the lower Klamath and reducing their survival. So that's one of our objectives, is to make that temperature cue more natural so that they're moving at a more natural time. And then the increasing the nursing habitat for these juvenile salmonids. So that's what Seth was talking about with more flows gets the water up onto the floodplains where they can access more food. The longer those floodplains have water on them, the more that food develops and provides sustenance for the fish. And so that's an important component as well. You can see provides seasonally appropriate disturbance of the macroinvertebrates. So that's the flows that get the bug community going. And it might seem counterintuitive, but the flows early in this winter time, December to February, are what set up the food for the juvenile fish a little bit later in the spring when they need it. And then the temperature, reducing the temperature suppression on growth. So again, those big flows in the spring that we do now make the river cold, and that compromises the fish's ability to grow. So there can be food, but they need certain temperatures to turn that food into body mass, basically. Grow, get big, so they have a higher chance of survival. So next slide, please. So I'm going to explain in this slide pretty much what we're proposing. Now this is just kind of a first cut of how we think we can leverage this large body of literature that Seth discussed and our understanding of what's happening in Trinity to try to ameliorate some of these issues. So there's two pieces. The first piece is that synchronization. So trying to get a flow out of the dam at the same time the tributaries are flowing from rain events. So that would be from December 15th to February 15th. We're proposing a 60,000 acre feet, which really just equates to one peak storm event that would be up to 6,500 CFS. Just for kind of some context, the maximum that we can release out of Lewiston Dam is 11,000 CFS. And so, it's considerably less than that. So it's not like the maximum flow. We would do that by leveraging some forecasting tools. The California Nevada River Forecasting Center has established a predictive tool for flows at the North Fork, so in the Trinity River, but just above the North Fork. And we can look at that a couple days in advance and see what the flows are going to be. And if they're predicted to be high enough, that would trigger this synchronized flow. And we would give the Bureau of Reclamation, they run the dam. They're responsible for all the actual doing the stuff, letting the water down the river, etc. And they would provide a 72-hour notice to the community that synchronized flow would occur. And under what we are currently proposing, based on the historic record that we look back, we did some modeling from 2004 to 2019, that synchronized flow event would have only occurred 6 times in those 17 years. So this isn't something that would happen every year. It's dependent on how much precipitation we get and whether that falls in this window, mid-December to mid-February. So that's the synchronized flow period. The next period starts mid-February and goes up to mid-April. Mid-April is when we normally release our restoration flow. So that we are proposing an increase in the base flow. So under the rod management, we release 300 CFS all winter up until mid-April. And again, leveraging some different forecasting tools. In fact, it's the forecasting tools we use now to determine how much water we get to release in April. But those tools are also available in February and March. And so we can leverage that information to determine how much water to move earlier. As you guys probably already know, but we talked about earlier, the amount of water that we have in any given year is determined by the inflow to the reservoir. And by February and March, we're starting to get an idea of how much inflow we're going to get for the whole year. So we can start to pull portions of that volume earlier. And what we're talking about is increasing that base flow starting in February, mid-February, and keeping it up until we release our restoration flows in April. And the amount that would go up would depend on these forecasts. And it would be updated in mid-February to maybe move more or not, depending on the decision tree basically that we have developed to do that. We can get into more details if you like, but I think that's kind of a lot for now. So, and then the last thing I wanted to point out is that this is a relatively modest proposal. So the table at the bottom shows on the second column there's the total volume we get to release per water year type. And then the next column is how much would be moved in any given water year type. And then the last column shows you the percent of the total volume. So as an example, in a critically dry year, we're only proposing to move 16% of the total volume that's available to the river earlier than mid-April. And that goes up to 27% in extremely wet years. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a visual depiction of what I just described. So maybe it'll make more sense now as you have a picture to look at. So you see the two periods there, the flow synchronization period and the elevated base flow period that I described. The blue line is a hydrograph for what we do now. That's what we actually implemented in 2016. The gray line is full natural flow, so if the dam didn't exist, that's what we'd be looking at. And the green is what we're an example of what we're proposing. It's not exactly that, because what we're proposing is a little bit fluid. The focus is on the volume that would be moved and the timing of that volume movement. In this particular year, we would have had a synchronized flow event. So you can see there in late January, early February, there's a peak, green peak. And so that's the synchronized flow that I described. And then starting mid-February, you can see that the green line is above the blue line. So that means that that volume of water would have been released above what we do now, moving up into the April period. Next slide, please. There's a lot of stuff on here. I don't suggest that you try to read it all, but we have a bunch of slides that we can get into in a Q&A or just present on the biology side, but we wanted to address two subjects that we know are really important for Trinity County and our residents, and that's power generation and reservoir levels for recreation. So the Bureau of Reclamation conducted an analysis of the effects on power generation that would have occurred had we been implementing this for back to 2010. So we look back at the historic record, we kind of tinker with it based on our rule set and see what would have happened. And the main takeaway is that it looks as if there's a mix of a little bit less and a little bit more power generation, but on average, over the long term, it would result in more power generation. And the differences are fairly small. You can see that for the most part they range from near 0 to 3% difference, and there's one large one at 15%, but for the most part it's mostly a wash, but on average a little bit of a benefit to power generation. Next slide, please. The next thing is reservoir elevation. So there's a potential concern that releasing water earlier in the year would result in lower lake levels early when the recreation season gets going, and that could potentially affect the economy, right? Because there's a lot of money associated with recreating on the reservoir, which I enjoy in the summer and wouldn't want that taken away. So we tried to look at that. This is a really dry year, so what you see is in the blue line is what would have happened with the reservoir level had we implemented what we're proposing. And the black line is what actually happened. So you can see that the level is a little bit lower, but for a short duration of time, but it's also largely before the recreation season really gets going on the reservoir. And in this particular case, it really wouldn't have had any effect because most of the boat ramps were already out of the water under any scenario. But that's not always true. So in wetter years, obviously, they're not all out of the water. So next slide, please. In a much wetter year, this is a little more interesting. We could look at the boat ramps at Stewart Fork and Trinity Center as just as examples. Again, the blue line is what would have occurred had we implemented this, and the black line is what actually happened. In January at Trinity Center and in March at Stewart Fork, the boat ramps would have gotten wet a little bit later. I want to say it's about 2 weeks maybe. I can't quite remember the exact statistic. Oh no, it's right there in front of me. There we go. 8 days and 9 days later in January and March. Again, this is when there's not a lot of recreation occurring on a reservoir. But interestingly, later in the summer, the Stewart Fork boat ramp would have remained wet 10 days longer in August, which most people would agree. I think that's a much more relevant time for reservoir recreation. Now, that's not always going to be the case. These are just two examples. And actually, reservoir management is fairly complicated. And so we didn't get too deep into that. The main reason is that exports to the Central Valley and inflow from melt and precipitation have a much, much greater effect on reservoir levels than releases to the Trinity. But we don't really see that, and particularly the diversions, like they're kind of invisible. The water coming out of Lewiston is really obvious. We see it, we recreate in it. The water going over the hill through Car Tunnel is like, it has a significant effect on reservoir levels and temperatures, but it's somewhat invisible to us. So, next slide, please. Okay. So you might, people have asked, and you might be asking yourself at this point, if it's so obvious that what we're proposing has these benefits, and there's all this overwhelming evidence in the literature from what we've learned in the Trinity, why haven't we changed our flow management a long time ago? It's a reasonable question. The reality is that we are a government agency, and multi-agency, and things move slowly, unfortunately, in some respects. We work under an adaptive management program, which means that we need to implement things, learn from them, and try to integrate that information into moving forward and changing to provide benefits. But adaptive management doesn't simply follow the science. We have other things to take into consideration, like politics and policy constraints and permitting and other things. So those slow the process down. And also, you know, what seems obvious in retrospect, it's become obvious to most of the scientists in the program. You know, it takes time for that to mature to that point. And so we've been in this learning phase for 20 years, and now we're trying, that learning is coming to fruition into something that we'd actually like to implement, that we have a lot of evidence that this should provide some benefit. And just to point out again that what we're recommending is we think is a relatively conservative approach and a starting point. And I'll point you back to those percents that I pointed out, like a relatively modest percent of the total volume that we want to move. And then changes to flow management is not the decision of scientists in the program. That has to be, those changes have to be approved by the Trinity Management Council. And the Management Council wasn't prepared last year when we proposed this to move forward on that, but we're trying again, and we're trying to improve understanding in the community and within the program about what we're trying to do and why. So for one thing, we would like to return to the Board of Supervisors meeting in September to request the county's perspective on this important issue prior to the TMC meeting, in which we'll be asking for a vote. And then we plan to take this proposal back to the Management Council at their September meeting to be implemented in water year 23. And since we presented last year, we've conducted some additional analyses and addressed some of the key questions that have occurred. So with that, next slide. I'd like to pause. We've kind of, I think, thrown a lot at you guys. We have a bunch of other slides that cover kind of the biology and some of the modeling that we've conducted, but I'd like to leave it up to you guys whether you want to, you have questions and engage in a Q&A, and we can support some of that with some of the slides that we have prepared, or we can start get into some of that stuff.
Anyone got any questions?
Yeah, I've got just very few, because thank you for the presentation, guys. That was very well done. And,
yeah, thanks, Keith. Just sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to mention everybody that presented can come up and answer your questions. It's not just me, so I may call on my colleagues to answer some questions.
the first thing that I wanted to mention, and I have very few because I'm pretty familiar with what you guys are put together today. You mentioned that the Management Council has to recommend this to go through. Isn't my understanding is that the BOR could override what the recommendation of the Management Council is. That not true?
That is not a question for me.
Right. No. I should have been looking at Mike at that.
Yeah, so the Trinity Management Council is specifically chartered by the Department of Interior to make recommendations to the department, and the department's designee for flow management decisions is the regional director of the Bureau of Reclamation. So ultimately, the flow decision is going to fall to the Bureau of Reclamation, but we look with a lot of weight to the recommendation of the Trinity Management Council.
Right, thank you. So this may be for Ken, but so you had this slide about the water type year, and you're asked and that you take a percentage of that depending on the water type. But the reality, what I see is those water types, if you might be able to predict a dry year, but by decision time of, say, February 1st, you're not going to be able to predict an extra wet year because it's just too much time is left to get all that water. So I would see us in a scenario where you would always be releasing less than that you would have been able to do at the end. So my question in that, if I made that clear, is why don't we sit down and come up with a plan to hold water over for that? I've seen that the way we do these water years it's always hamstringed us in a lot of ways. And if we were releasing on last year's water or half of last year's water, and I know there's political reasons not to do that, but would that not benefit us and benefit, you know, the lake and other things? So I guess that's just a general idea I'm going to ask you. If
Sure.
anybody else wants to answer.
Yeah, I hear two questions there, so I'll attempt to answer both of them. First is the carryover storage and utilization, and actually Mike is probably the best person, but my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that our current guidance is that we're not permitted to consider carryover storage. Is that correct?
That's our current operating understanding.
Yeah.
So for the board's awareness, and I
Mike, go ahead and speak to the mic, because people on Zoom need to.
sorry, I guess there's people on the call. We have reinitiated consultation under the Endangered Species Act for Trinity River Division management, including flow and storage. And that's one of the questions that's been recommended by the tribes who will be co-leads, as well as several other agencies that are involved with the program, is that we need a thorough legal understanding of why we can or cannot carry over water between years, in the same way that other Central Valley Project water is in fact carried over between years.
So is there anything that this board could do or Trinity County could do to get that in process, or right now we're just looking at the legal aspects, not the political aspects?
So I wish I had a more concrete timeline for you, but at some point, probably in the next 12 months, there will be opportunities for both public and agency comment on a range of alternatives that will be considered through the National Environmental Policy Act and the Associated Endangered Species Act biological assessment. So the county's perspective would be, it would be heard most vocally during that time. We would want to know what you think about these various alternatives, if we've been able to move one of those alternatives forward. But while we're going through this initial phase of developing alternatives, we could look to the county participating as a cooperating agency, and you could be directly engaged in those discussions and drive that conversation of, do we know, can we or can we not store water? Does that make sense? That there's kind of the cooperating agency where you can jump in very early in the process, or you can wait until there's something out there for the public to comment on.
From my perspective, and I'm just one person here, I'd like to see us be added in as early as possible into this discussion.
Okay.
So I think that addressed your main question, but I'm going to take the opportunity to expand a little bit on the forecasting and how we decide how much water to move, because what I heard, and hopefully I understood you correctly, that the concern is that while we could release more water if we knew that we were going to have, for example, an extremely wet year. The way in which we determine that is the Department of Water Resource has this forecasting tool called the B120 report. That's what we use now, and the April B120 is what we use to determine those water year types. But they release those also in earlier, so February and March, and that's what we propose to use. So we look back at, that tool became available in 2004, and that's what's been used that entire period. So we look back at that record and looked at those forecasts over that period from 2004 to, I think, 2019, to try to understand how good is this tool at predicting the volume that we're actually going to get, because that's the money in the bank, right? So we're essentially borrowing from that. We have to be very careful, not on the opposite end of what you're describing, not to overspend water so that we don't have water left in the spring to release. What we found in that investigation is that if we take they have a couple different levels of forecast. If we take their conservative forecast, it never overpredicted the water year type. So we never saw a case where it was predicted in February or March to be a normal year and then ended up being a dry year. So that would be bad, because then we have a lot less water to work with come April. And so what we're proposing is to use that more conservative forecast. But sometimes even that conservative forecast predicts an extremely wet year by March. And so in those years, we would be able to move the maximum amount of water that we're proposing at least prior to the April 15th release period. So I think a lot of us would like to see more water moved earlier because we understand the ecological benefits that provides. But this is a first cut, and we need to proceed carefully at first for both practical reasons, but also policy reasons. We need the Bureau of Reclamation to be comfortable with what we're proposing. That's why we chose a more conservative approach. So yeah, hopefully that answers your questions. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
I'm curious, and maybe this may be more for Mike, but have there been any additional talks with airborne snow observatories and utilizing the aerial LiDAR on snow depth and snow density to eliminate the need for forecasting and have actual data to predict the flows?
I don't know, has anybody got that one? Okay. Well, I would say for one is that the forecasts that are used are based on a lot of actual real data that's collected. It's not, and I think I'm pretty sure snow course surveys are part of that forecasting.
Okay, but I thought
it's not what you're talking about,
yeah.
But it is based on actual data.
Yeah, because I think one of the issues was that where the snow samples are taken is at the highest point, and a lot of the lower elevation snow mass is declining and raising up, so the top level measurement isn't representing what it used to represent on that equation, I think.
Yeah, that is a real issue that we're starting to face with snow surveys for sure. I'll let Mike elaborate.
Yeah, so Jeremy and I have talked about this in the past, and one of the sources of error in recent DWR forecasts has been overprediction of mid-elevation snow from that 4,000 to 5,500 feet. And they're addressing this in the Sierra Nevadas. A team that's associated with JPL is using aerial LiDAR to estimate snow depth. I believe that there is funding to expand that on a trial basis to the Trinity, so that the Trinity River watershed. So those tools will be used to help inform those February, March, and April B120s. So hopefully we'll get better resolution, but we're still going to be using those Department of Water Resources forecasts informed by that product, among others.
All right, thank you.
I'm curious, and I don't know who to address the question to. What is the resistance of the various entities to utilize a carryover model?
So I'm going to present whether I wanted to or not today. I honestly, Supervisor Cox, it's not entirely clear to me, and I think that there's some conversation that needs to happen internal to the Bureau of Reclamation and the Interior Solicitor's Office to understand we do in fact carry over water, right? I mean, the fact that we're able to release more water than even flowed into the reservoir to the Central Valley in some years like we did in 2020 shows that we are carrying over water. Right now, there's a perspective that our water right doesn't allow for carryover storage for fisheries purposes, and I think that there's a little bit of legal conversation that needs to happen to flesh out how much of that is truth versus how much is people's, I don't know. I guess I don't really know. I think there's a lack of clarity on whether or not we have legal authority with our state water right to carry that water over for fisheries purposes.
If I may, I'd like to add a few things. So one thing I wanted to point out is that other water users are managing water starting in February. In February, water users get their initial allocations in the Central Valley, and other restoration programs such as the San Joaquin are beginning to plan their flows and release in February. So because they are using the information available, they are able to do this. But because we are set in 2000 with this system, we haven't been able to do that. And we're just trying to advance to manage water in the same time frames that other water users are managing them. And then the other thing I wanted to add is there's other reasons or biological reasons why carryover isn't as desirable as managing water real time. For example, we had an extremely wet year in 2019, and then it was followed by a critically dry year. So if you had carried over all of your water from 2019 to release in 2020, you wouldn't be synchronizing your flow events in your basin. You would be releasing flow events 1 year after they occurred. And so while carryover would allow for flexibility and it's something that should be pursued, it does not replace the need for real-time flow management to be able to release flows when the basin is experiencing them.
So I have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you guys. It's been great working with you guys on the refinement on the science side. You guys have all been just a lot of fun to work with. It's been a really great year for us. So as far as carryover goes, you know, we get paid a certain amount every year, we'll say with water, and then we spend it all. And then we don't get paid the next year. And we're down to 3 years of drought and where we are now. Last year we lost, what, 90-something% of our coho eggs at the hatchery, but we're getting sued for it now. So there has to be, I know it's a long way down the road, it's probably 3, 4, 5 years, if not more down the road for us to have carryover storage. You know, and if we have the same summer as we had the last 3 summers, I'm not sure if any of this stuff really is going to matter. Any of it. River dies. And we're getting close to that now, you know, and you guys talked, and I know you guys all want to do the best thing as I do. But, you know, a lot of what you said today was, you know, juvenile salmonoids, but there's a lot in here that's not talked about with not meeting temperature objectives of adult salmonoids.
I think I can
Sure.
take that, Supervisor Gogan. So the big thing to remember about this, what we're proposing in the winter flow action, is that it doesn't utilize any more water at all than we currently use in each water year type. It's the exact same amount of water. So the reality is that the winter flow action that we're proposing is really has essentially, you know, for all intents and purposes, no effect on the reservoir levels, other than, you know, what you were showed earlier, which it can kind of modulate them and give you some more recreation days, you know, later in the season. Supervisor Gogan, I think what you're really talking about is the reservoir management, and as you know, Ken mentioned earlier, that's, you know, there's a couple different legs on that stool, or a few legs on that stool. One of them is the inflows coming into the reservoir, one is the water going down the river, and then obviously the water that goes through the car tunnels and over to Whiskeytown. And so I share your concern about the reservoir levels, the temperatures. You know, we're going to be at the second lowest end of September carryover storage ever in the reservoir's history since 1963. And paying really close attention to reservoir management and those reservoir levels and how much is not only coming in, but also going out is going to be critically important in the future. With climate change, I mean, you've all, you know, most people here in this room are Trinity County residents, and they've seen the wildfire, they've seen creeks drying up, and, you know, maintaining an appropriate end of September carryover storage is critically important. But that's really the Bureau's operation and the Bureau of Reclamation's management. And as Mike mentioned, there's going to be a reinitiation of consultation on the Trinity River. And in that process, the Bureau of Reclamation will propose certain flow actions, certain diversion actions, and certain reservoir storage actions. And that is really the place to assess and to provide a real an assessment of the management of the reservoir. The winter flow action itself isn't really the kind of the place for that. It doesn't have a big effect on that. But I agree with you that it's critically important. I hope, did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. I wasn't really talking about the winter flows and the level of the lake. I'm just concerned about the level of the lake, not to do with the winter flows.
Oh, yeah.
Now we have, and it's going to be years before BOR renegotiates with Central Valley. It's going to be a long time.
Yeah.
So we'll just kind of say that's not going to happen anytime soon. So the mismanagement so far by BOR has been a colossal failure. Our lake is going to be a dead pool soon. I would have thought that the management of our lake would have come prior to the management of our juvenile settlers. Because if we have, which we're gonna exceed temperature objectives, we probably are exceeding them every single day right now in Dutton City, and probably throughout September, I would imagine daily. So that would even be worse next year. And I guess it's the chicken or the egg. I mean, we need the adults to have the eggs. So if we are having 77, 78 degree water in Uva, expect, and 2 to 3 weirs in between, I just don't think that's healthy for the adult population, and something has to change. I know there's renegotiations going on with Central Valley, which is great, and I hope they work out. It's going to be a long time, so I hope that what we're talking about now isn't a moot point come this time next year where there's just nothing we can do. As you guys know, my feelings last year on their flow regulations were what they were, and there's a lot of merit to it. Believe me, we've talked about it. We've all seen my white paper. There's a lot of merit to it. My thing is, it's just we at this time, with the water temperatures and the lake level being what they are, I just have great concern for every size of setting.
Sure. The one thing I would just say is that the management of the whole system, including the diversions to the Central Valley, including the river releases, including the inflows, are the things that affect the reservoir level and that we can control, not just whether or not or how much we're releasing water down the river.
So this year, in a critically dry year, we probably put more water over the hill than we kept, I would imagine.
Than we kept in the reservoir, or that came into the reservoir?
Yeah.
Well, I think between the water that, and would you like to speak to this?
I can address a little bit of this.
Dr. Peterson.
Great presentation tonight, by the way.
Thank you. So an important thing to keep in mind is that the purpose of the reservoir is to store water from good years to be released in dry years. And if you look at the history of the reservoir, they tend to release more in the drier years through the tunnels. We just don't see it. It goes through Whiskeytown, but you don't see the actual flow like you do when you go down the river. In 2021, water year 2021, we had an inflow to the reservoirs of, I'm going to have to speak in ballpark numbers here, but about 340,000 acre feet, I think it was. The amount that went down the river was about 380,000 acre feet, so slightly more than came in, went down the river because of that storage capability of the reservoir. At the same time, over 600,000 acre feet went through the tunnels to the Central Valley. Nearly twice as much as went down the river. So they definitely are making use of the reservoir to store the water when it's coming down wet years and release it to the Central Valley for agriculture in dry years. And so given that, they're managing it for their purposes of being able to release it in the dry years, and we get dry years, they take the water for the agriculture. I think the thing that was potentially not anticipated was a series of 3 critically dry years in a row. If you look from 2001 to 2018, we only had a single year that was critically dry. And then all of a sudden 2018 is critically dry, we skip a year, and then we get another 3 critically dry years in a row. So this has been a very exceptional thing, and perhaps it was just not anticipated to have a 3rd year in a row when they took 600,000 acre feet to the valley last year.
Understandable. I would just thought there had been some foresight in that. I just would have hoped that there had been foresight by BOR to think that here we are 2 years in. We know that the creeks don't run.
Weather forecasts have gotten much better in the near future or even off a few months ahead, but years ahead is a challenge, and that was their decision. I'm not going to judge where they were at trying to make that decision. I'm sure it was a difficult decision, but that's what left us where we're at right now, and the fisheries folks in our program are worried about it too. So.
Understandable.
And I do appreciate Eric not throwing our agency under the bus too hard, but I do want to say, I want to reiterate the opportunity that will come shortly for the county to participate as a cooperating agency in the NEPA review of the storage and flow management of Trinity, because the minimum storage and storage based upon previous year's water year type and the seasons of water diversions and the maximum diversions based upon prior year storage are all things that have been proposed in internal agency conversations, and so the opportunity exists for you guys to participate in the discussion of how do we make sure that we never end up in a position where we have so little water. I mean, we're almost at, as Seth alluded to, 1977 levels of storage by the end of this year. Fortunately, far above Deadpool. Deadpool's much, much lower. But it's still, we put ourselves in a position based upon having a rule set built around expectations of never having 3 critically dry years in a row. So we'd like to build in some resiliency into the rule set so that we don't end up here again. And so I would invite you guys to participate in that process.
Thank you. And I couldn't have predicted it either. I'm not blaming any of it. This was unseen by all. But it's the reality of what we're dealing with now. When we put 369 down the river and give 600,000 away. I know there's a little plaque somewhere up on lake that says we will not use a drop of water down the Central Valley until all our fish are taken care of. And apparently someone must have graffitied that thing. That's not happening.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You expressed some concerns about the adult temperature target, so I wanted to bring it back to kind of specifically what we're proposing and what the potential effects are. So those adult temperature targets, they occur later in the year, primarily when we've already returned to summer base flow at 450 CFS. That's not always true in really wet years because the release extends later in the year. But we did an analysis when we didn't bring up earlier, but we developed an environmental assessment NEPA document to support this effort last year. Turns out we didn't need it. That's a complicated story, but we're turning that into a report. In that report and in that EA, we conducted an analysis of the effects of what we're proposing on all of the various temperature targets that we have for the program, one of those being the adult temperature target. And what we found is very small, occasional, rare increases in the temperature violations. And those only really occurred, like I said, in wet or extremely wet years when the flows extended later. Most of the time when those adult temperature targets come into effect, we're already at base flow. And so there would really be no difference between what we're proposing and what we do now in terms of those adult temperature targets. And then as far as the reservoir levels, I just wanted to reiterate that what we're proposing is the exact same volumes as what we do now. So it should, aside from the timing at which the reservoir level changes, and I showed you some examples of that in the presentation, aside from that timing, the end of September storage level would not be affected in any way by what we're proposing, the changes that we're proposing. Now, other factors obviously have a lot more effect on that, but specifically what we're proposing wouldn't have any effect on the end of September storage.
John, I mean, I know we have to work inside the rod constraint to 369 up to 8 something and extremely wet, which is at times tough to deal with, and these are those times. But again, thank all you guys. It's been a pleasure working with you guys on the science side of the refinements part. It's been great. Darcy's been great, and it's you know, you guys are a bunch of really knowledgeable people, and I respect that a lot. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions? Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, well,
Sorry to take so much time this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Before we move on to our next item, which I'm going to move things around a little bit because our cannabis presentation is going to be another long presentation, so I want to move to item 1.3 under clerk of the board, receive a presentation from PG&E regarding the Community Wildfire Safety Program.
Hello, my name is Ayla Tucker. I am the Government Affairs Representative with PG&E. I cover Trinity County, of course, and also several other surrounding counties, including Shasta and Trinity, in closest proximity to you. I'm here today with David Hodges. He is our public safety specialist for the area, and I'm going to present on our Community Wildfire Safety Program. But before that, I just want to take a minute to say thank you for inviting us here today. And I started as the rep for Trinity County about 2 years ago, and this is the first time I've actually had the opportunity with COVID and everything else to actually come out here to present to the board. I know I've spoken to a lot of you over the phone, through emails over the last couple of years, so it's nice to actually see you face to face. It's something I prefer to do. I have a presentation here. I guess I'll give staff a moment to pull it up before we begin. All right, so like I said, I'm going to be discussing PG&E's Community Wildfire Safety Program. At the end, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer those, and our public safety specialist is our subject matter expert today if you have any questions that you'd like to get in the nitty-gritty. Next slide, please. So first, I just wanted to give an overview of the services that we provide in Trinity County. Just some quick stats here. Gives you a nice idea of how many miles we have in high fire threat district areas. As you guys know, the majority of Trinity County, if not all of Trinity County, is in that high fire threat district area. So hopefully this presentation today will better educate you on what PG&E is doing to mitigate those risks. Next slide, please. So here is a slide. Again, these are all things, this is not new information to you, but a snapshot of how we look at informing our wildfire safety program. Next slide, please. So the goals of our CWSP program, that wildfire safety program, is to mitigate wildfire risk, minimize the customer impact, and really maximize our situational awareness. Some of the efforts that I'm going to be going through slide by slide fit into multiple of these categories or one category. Next slide, please. So here is one step that we're taking. This falls into the category of hardening our infrastructure, specifically hardening our overhead lines. So miles completed through 2021 is 3, and then we have targeted line miles, less than a mile, but this could include sectionalizing devices, other sorts of equipment used, wrapped poles, covered distribution lines as well. Next slide, please. And enhanced vegetation management is another tool in our arsenal to reduce wildfire risk ignition potentials on our infrastructure. So you can see an overview of what we completed through 2021, really ramping up our efforts this year, doing 85 line miles total, and thus far we've completed 12 line miles. It is important to note that the information that's being pulled today is a little bit behind, so it's not necessarily exactly of today, but within the last several months. And you can see on that map where our line miles for enhanced vegetation management are targeted for this year specifically. Next slide. Thank you. So a wildfire wood management program is a program that we rolled out in response to the 2022 and 2021 wildfires. So after the devastating fires that impacted your county, we came in and we assessed for wood or trees essentially that had been fire damaged and posed risk to our infrastructure. And we cut down those trees, marked them, and typically and historically wood has been considered an asset and is the responsibility of the property owner, whether they want to use that for whatever purposes, firewood, whatnot. But understanding that the fires and the amount of wood debris that it caused is significant, we wanted to help our communities that were impacted by wildfires in these years. We wanted to help speed up the recovery process. And this was also developed out of community coordination, county jurisdictional coordination, where counties came to us, other jurisdictions across our territory, and said, hey, we need help with some of this wood. Our communities are trying to rebuild. What can you do? And so this is our response to that. So essentially, we went in, reassessed the wood that we cut down. To give you some snapshots, for the 2020 fires in Trinity County, there was 131 parcels that we inventoried, meaning 131 parcels where we went in, we looked at the trees that were potentially in strike distance or a hazard to our infrastructure post-fire. We went in, inventoried those, determined whether or not we could safely remove those, because that's a big component of it, is making sure that we have access to that wood and with the ability to haul that wood out. 28 parcels opted in, meaning we did outreach to the community, the parcels, the property owners, and said, hey, is this something you would like us to do? So out of 131, 28 property owners said, yes, we would like you to come in and do that. To date, we are currently in the process of removing that wood, and most recently we've completed 7 parcels, so we still have some time to go, but we are making some headway on that. We're doing the same thing for the 2021 fires, and property owners still have the opportunity to raise their hand and say, hey, I would like to opt into that. And so if there are community members, property owners that are interested in this program, they can go to our website that's listed above, pge.com/woodmanagement, or if they would like to complete permission forms to allow us to essentially opt in for that wood removal, they can email us at wildfirewoodmanagement@pge.com. Next slide, please. So for that situational awareness piece that I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, this falls into that category. This is our weather stations. And you can see, I focused in on Trinity County, but there are a lot of weather stations that we put around Trinity County as well that benefit overall weathercasting capabilities for the community. But through 2021, you can see those little blue stars, I guess, for lack of a better word, spades, no, not spades, diamonds. Those diamonds, you can see where we put those. And you can see that's predominantly where we have customers as well. So it gives us a pretty good idea of how the weather is in and around the communities that we directly serve. Next slide, please. So another important tool are these high definition cameras. A lot of times you'll see those on the news where if there's a wildfire, or some other newsworthy event where they're looking at those definition cameras, you'll see kind of the PG&E logo typically. And that's what these cameras are. These are high definition cameras that give us insight in visibility into our service territory and the areas around us. It's important to note that, like I said, these are publicly accessible, so anybody can access these cameras. And of course, we work in conjunction with other agencies like Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, local fire departments in the surrounding areas to utilize these wildfire cameras as well. Next slide, please. All right, so our enhanced power line safety setting. This was one that I really wanted to talk about today because it is a relatively new program. The Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, or EPSS, how we call it, because of course we love acronyms here at PG&E, apparently. So EPSS is a new program. We started off in about this time last year, so it's been going for about a year. And in these settings, we fine-tuned our equipment to address how it responds when a potential tree limb or any sort of foreign object hits our lines. Typically, when there's just a regular power line, the industry standard is something hits and it pulses 3 times to test that line. With the EPSS settings, we have really increased essentially the sensitivity on those, and if something hits the line, doesn't matter what it is, if it hits the line hard enough to damage the line, it shuts off within 1/10 of a second. And the whole purpose of this setting is really wildfire mitigation, to reduce any potential of ignition if something were to damage our lines. Next slide, please. And so I kind of just went over how it works, but you can see in this picture, this is a good example that happened in 2021 where a tree fell into our lines and there was no ignition. We were able to patrol the line and it's just a lot safer to manage our infrastructure in this way. There are some caveats because we are not turning on our settings, if you will, 365 days a year. We're monitoring vegetation, we're monitoring moisture content, we're looking at on-the-ground conditions as well as overall fire risk within whatever season it is. And so these settings will be in place until about winter time when we start getting moisture where that opportunity for ignition significantly reduces. So I don't necessarily have a timeline where we say, okay, once it hits October, we turn off those settings, or once it hits November, we turn off those settings, or, and then we don't think about them until May. It really is condition-based and something that we're continuously looking at. Even now, we have teams 24/7 that are assessing the conditions. But of course, pretty much throughout our territory right now, with the high fire risk, the majority of all line miles, or their distribution line miles that are in high fire threat areas have this enhanced power line safety setting. Next slide, please. And this just gives an easy visual to how it operates. And so, it's just that 1, 2, 3 step. Something hits the line, that triggers the power to de-energize within 1/10 of a second. And then we have to do patrols to make sure that that line is safe. Frequently, I think even a couple of weeks ago, we had on the west side of the county in the Burnt Ranch, Willow Creek general area, there was an EPSS outage. So it's an unplanned outage where something hit that line and then we had to patrol. Dependent on the weather, visibility and conditions, we do try to use our helicopters if they're available to look at those lines, speed up the process to try to minimize the impact of that unplanned outage as much as we possibly can within safety efforts. Next slide, please. And so this is just an overall snapshot. It also shows our territory. So as you guys know, Trinity Public Utilities department, they cover a lot of the area of Trinity, but in this green area, the very vibrant green, that's our service territory. So overall, many of the things that I discussed today, we're trying to reduce those impacts to our customers, and we're trying to balance because we understand public safety power shutoffs, enhanced power line safety settings, all can impact our customers' day-to-day lives. So we're trying to balance safety, reliability, all in one, and then of course expanding our customer resource programs, which I'm going to talk about here next. Next slide, please. And this just gives an overview of what our customers can expect. We generally say that it's most likely that these enhanced power line safety settings, public safety power shutoffs, generally are going to occur between May and November, but that's just due to the wildfire risk. And of course, we provide those automated calls, text messages, emails, all depending on how customers have opted in to receive notifications. Next slide. One more. All right, so these are some of our customer resource programs. It's certainly not all of them. We do have a lot of programs, but I wanted to highlight ones that I thought may be of most interest. So, we have the notifications, our resiliency programs, and our partnerships. Those are kind of the three main buckets of which we're using to support our customers. Next slide, please. All right, and this is that breakdown. So our portable battery program, eligible customers can get fully subsidized portable battery solutions and also generator and battery rebate programs. So again, rebates for eligible customers, and a lot of times an eligible customer, there's different categories depending, low income, but predominantly if you're in a high fire threat district area, there's going to be programs that you are eligible for, even if it's rebate programs. One of the programs that was mentioned on the prior slide is a backup transfer program. And so I think a lot of people have them nowadays. I know that it's been a huge success thus far, but with our battery backup transfer switch program, individuals that have a qualifying generator, or they go through and get a rebate on a generator, will actually come and install that transfer switch on their home so they can plug their generator directly into their home. Again, this is a new program we just started. People can get more information at pge.com/wildfire safety, but it has been wildly popular because instead of having to have that extension cord, you can literally just plug your generator right into your home, and hopefully you've gone through our generator program where you've gotten a highly discounted program, and so it becomes a lot more affordable for individuals to assess that sort of backup solution. We've also have our partnership with 211, and then also our California Foundation for Independent Living Centers, where we provide food, hotel stays, or food stipends, hotel stays, things like that for low-income customers that also have perhaps medical needs. If they're our medical baseline customer, perhaps. Maybe they have a CPAP machine, maybe they have just a lot of medical equipment at home that makes it essential for them to have power. We have options for those customers. They just have to let us know that they need that additional assistance, and then we will offer those programs, walk them through how to sign up so that we can make sure that they're covered in these difficult times with the wildfire threat. Next slide, please. And I got a little bit ahead of myself, but I just talked about this, the Backup Power Transfer Meter Support Program. pge.com/transfer meter. This will take you directly to the program where people can determine whether or not they're interested in this program or if they're eligible for this program. Again, really, you just have to be in a wildfire threat area, or that a high fire threat district area. So I really encourage people to go on there. There's a list of generators that qualify. So it may be that, they already have a generator that qualifies. Like my grandparents, they had a generator that qualifies, so they just signed up for this program and then went through the process, and someone came out to their home. One of our crew members came out, installed the equipment, and now they can plug their generator straight into their home. Next slide, please. So here are some other really, I think, are really cool tools, but I don't know, maybe because I work for PG&E it's more interesting to me. But we have several safety maps, and a lot of the information I went over today when it talks about hardening that we've done, weather stations, enhanced vegetation management, all of that is accessible on our new safety map. So people can go directly to their address, they can go directly to a community, and then you can kind of see, it's a little bit difficult, you can see those blue dots and those yellow dots on the map. That indicates planned or completed work at some type of system hardening. So to really get a holistic view of what we're doing in the community and what we're doing in a neighborhood, individuals can access this map, play around with it, and see what we're doing in their area. Another really great app that I encourage customers to download is our PG&E Report It app. This is really a safety app. We would love to see, all of our territory every day, walk it every day, but unfortunately, we can't be everywhere all the time. And so we've heard from our customers that how do we easily submit non-emergency safety concerns? Maybe it's a leaning pole. Maybe it's a pole that you've seen outside that a woodpecker has decided to decimate, who knows? Whatever it could be, a tree that you're thinking, that just doesn't look super healthy and I'm concerned about it. Individuals can download this app, take a picture and report it through the app, and then get real-time updates as to how we're addressing it. It'll show what, some we're assessing it, we've had someone go out there, and this really goes for every step of the way, and it's completely accessible. So you can go anywhere on the app. If I pulled up the app today, I could go down to Sacramento and see what everybody has reported in Sacramento, or what everybody has reported in Shasta County. As of today, we've only had one submission, or as of in the past month, we've had one submissions for Trinity County. And this app went live probably about 6 to 9 months ago. So another program or another effort that I love to get out to community members to know that we're listening. We want to address all concerns that the community has, and this is just one way where hopefully it can be a lot more seamless to do so. Next slide. So wrapping it up, more information, more tools for customers to prepare. We have our Safety Action Center. A lot of information that a lot of other agencies are sharing, but a lot of step-by-step tools that people can use to make sure that they're prepared for wildfire season. We have our wildfire prevention efforts at that pge.com/wildfire safety. Like I said, a lot of the information I'm covering today is already on our website, but I understand there's a lot of information, but I do encourage customers to go there, community members to go there if they're interested. And then also a website that I think is just nice and interesting. I think, unfortunately, the children in our communities are a lot more attuned to the disasters that we've been really reeling from over the past several years. And this safety website is specifically geared towards grades kindergarten and up, and you can pick the age range that's most suitable for the children in your household or in your community, and learn about emergency safety and how they can prepare in a way that's not scary, in a way that really empowers them to understand. So again, just another tool that I think is nice to have and is easily accessible for any of those that might be interested. One last thing that I wanted to highlight is our wildfire safety email. I try to be as accessible as possible to the county, and I know our public safety specialist, Dave, over here, he's really engaged with our public safety partners locally. But if there are ever random questions that community members have, maybe they don't understand, what are we doing about wildfire risk on a specific road, or maybe they've had enhanced vegetation management, but maybe they're confused at what step there is, because there are several touch points when it comes to our enhanced vegetation management program. The wildfire safety email, so wildfiresafety@pge.com, is something that we track, and it'll go to the appropriate department or the appropriate program owner, and they'll get a response within 24 business hours. So just another important way that they can reach out to us. And if they can give us feedback, if they say, you know, this program that you rolled out doesn't make sense for me, and this is why it doesn't make sense, or I want to talk to someone about XYZ program, they can reach us through that website. And of course, they can always call us as well. Next slide. But with that, I will stop, and I'm open for any questions that you have of me or of Dave here.
Supervisor Brown here. I met Dave during the winter storm in Willow Creek, and I've talked and texted and emailed Ayla many times during these emergencies, and I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support over the last couple of years in emergencies, especially during the winter storm. Seeing you guys mobilize so quickly, I think put a lot of hope and support into the local community, especially downriver. So thank you so much. It's very reassuring.
Of course, thank you.
I have one question. So you talked a lot about your fuels management on private properties, but as you know, Trinity County is 70–80% owned by the Forest Service or managed by the Forest Service. So what are you doing on the federal lands that is different than in the past, and do you know how wide your right-of-ways are on the Forest Service lands to clear?
Yeah, I know when we talk about our enhanced vegetation management programs or other vegetation management programs, I do commonly refer to customers, since generally in these environments, or property owners, since that's generally the target that's listening. But we are doing those same programs on federal lands, things like that, when allowable. And I'll let Dave, I don't know if you have anything to add about fuels management, just generally speaking.
Good morning. Thank you, Dave Hotchkiss, PG&E. Basically, a lot of that line mile you're talking would be transmission lines, and they have a whole wider set of clearances, right? And the federal wildfire agencies, BLM, Forest Service, and the state as well, it doesn't matter where the line's going, the cut is the same, if that makes sense. So it depends on voltage. So there's 215 kV lines that run from the valley to the coast, and one basically follows Highway 36, the other 299, and that cut or that vegetation clearance is the same for each one, going through federal, private, or any kind of state land.
Okay. And
as far as the actual footage, I'd have to look up and see, because it depends on the voltage. A 230 kV volt line would be more than the 115. So as far as the actual number, I don't have that.
is it possible for you to get that number and email it to the board?
We can get it and send it, yep.
Yeah, thank you. And then what vegetation management are you doing? Manual clearing on those transmission lines, or are you doing mechanical or chemical? What are you doing on those lines?
So it's going to be manual, either equipment-wise underneath the transmission lines and or cutting, right, with tree crews. And in some areas they bring in the helicopter-borne saw that actually trims the right-of-way via an aircraft.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add the Enhanced Vegetation Management Program. We talk about it a lot because it goes above and beyond state standards. And like Dave said, we can follow up with actual right-of-way numbers for transmission versus distribution. But generally speaking, for enhanced vegetation management, we're looking at strike criteria. So when it comes to our distribution lines, we're looking at trees that could potentially strike. So, you know, a 100-foot tree, you know, we're going to be looking at that, just generally speaking, on all sides of our distribution lines. And if there is potential strike criteria, we're going to look at the health of the tree, determine ways to mitigate that, and work with the property owner, even if it's outside of our traditional right-of-ways, especially if it's a sick, diseased, dying tree, something like that. We're going to want to try to mitigate that.
So, well, that's one of the things that brings up the question, since the Forest Service doesn't really allow that. So that was my interest in what you're doing with the Forest Service land.
Yeah, and certainly it is a challenge, you know, just the vast territory that they have, that we have, and we are pretty much constantly in communication with them, trying to see how we can best mitigate hazards on our infrastructure while addressing the concerns that they have for their land management. I will say for the wood management program, our first phase has been to address property owners and, you know, residential property owners, private property owners generally speaking, after the 2021 wildfires. But we also have expanded those programs to work with our you know, federal, state partners to try to see, if applicable, and where they will allow us to remove that wood as well.
Thank you.
So I have a quick question or two. I think our utility district's going to come up with this cut thing here pretty quick. So I wanted to ask you, did you find the cost to be much cheaper with the mechanical removal of trees because you don't have to go back again, or was it environmental concerns that made you go to mechanical over, we'll say, spraying?
You know, I don't have that information on hand, but that's definitely something that I can look at. I think no matter what, wood management efforts, vegetation management efforts are expensive, you know, no matter how you slice it. But I could certainly try to get some better numbers, or at least some ballpark information on what we have found to be most cost effective.
Do you, on your cuts, we'll say your cuts, I don't know what they are, say 300 feet. Does that cut vary if the lines are going this way and you got a downhill slope? Do you do 300 feet on that side and not if the tree's gonna fall, it's gonna fall that way, not against your line? So do you vary the cut to the terrain?
You know, that's a great question, and I don't have an answer for that, but I can follow up with that. Perhaps it may be helpful even to come at a later time if you want to dive more deep into our vegetation management programs, and I can bring a vegetation program manager that specifically, you know, comes from the area, works in the area, to answer all those questions if you'd like.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, one last thing. I don't know if the community was aware about your guys' ability to work with the food bank. Are you able to just kind of outline what you were able to do with the food bank over the last winter storm?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what that donation amount was.
I think it was 20.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's about 20,000. So we have several different programs that we call our charitable programs, essentially. It's through our separate PG&E entity, which is our foundation account. So it's not paid through, you know, ratepayer funds or anything like that. So I think it's important to make that distinction. But whenever there are large fires, the winter storms is a great example. We try to partner with community agencies that we know are doing work on the ground so that relief can be provided to the community as fast as possible. So in the storm instance, we worked with the Trinity County Food Bank, worked with Dan to try to get a grant out to him as quickly as possible so that he could, you know, assist with the food needs, which were really great at that time. We also have another ongoing program where we provide donations, our charitable contributions, to the various food banks around our area, and that includes the Trinity County Food Bank as well. So we really work with them throughout the year. You know, depending on the events that occur, we work with them at least once a year. They get that typical annual donation from us. But when there's events like the storms and the fires, we look at opportunities where we can partner with them. Some other things that we did that was really unique, just based upon the significant need in the community, was the firewood. We procured a large amount of firewood for community members to come out, and if they could, you know, come and get firewood to keep their homes warm while we worked hard to restore our infrastructure and get our customers back online with power. And I think the other one major thing that we did is hauling in generators and staging generators. There were several senior citizen parks that I think we were able to energize fairly quickly, determining, you know, under the circumstances, and several other community hubs that we were able to bring in temporary generation to get them online, to make sure that we were doing whatever we could to speed up the recovery process for the community. Thank you for pointing that out. And is that it? Did we, I think we did, like, I want to say kits as well. I think we did like blankets, flashlights, we call them comfort kits, things like that.
The rechargeable the pre-charged batteries also.
Yes, yeah. So we do an array of things, but that winter storm was a really good example of what we tried to mobilize depending on the needs of the community. And I'll say, you know, Supervisor Brown, you were really quick to let us know what the community needed, and I think that helped a lot, having that open communication and saying this is what we need, and coming up and developing those solutions.
Thank you so much for being responsive.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, I just wanted to make a quick announcement, because I do see some people from Coffee Creek in the room. The National Weather Service has just issued a flash flood warning for northeastern Trinity County and Coffee Creek Road area from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. Heavy rainfall could trigger flash flooding, mud, and debris flows along drainages and low-lying areas. So anybody online, please prepare for that.
Item 1.4, receive an update from the U.S. Forest Service representatives regarding matters of interest in Trinity County.
Sure, right after I threw the Forest Service on us.
Okay, perfect. They can answer some of your questions.
Good morning, Chairman Frazier and Supervisors. This is Rachel Berkey. I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Shasta Trinity National Forest. I have with me Tara Jones, our District Ranger, with whom I believe you are familiar. Thank you for welcoming me back to the podium to give you an update on our forest happenings. Before I jump into some of the other pieces that I'd like to chat with you about, I did want to give a quick fire update. I know it's on all of our minds. Our forest to the north, the Klamath, is battling a 55,000 acre fire, the McKinney fire right now. They got some rain yesterday, but lightning and winds are still causing some concern in that firefight. So they are definitely in the thick of it. The Shasta Trinity has sent some of their fire resources up to the Klamath to make sure that they are able to help their neighbors. But we remain vigilant with our own resources here on Forest to make sure that we can address any of our new fire starts. So let me give you a quick overview of the suppression resources. We currently have a full complement available on our forest. We've got our hotshot crews, we've got 14 of our engines, we've got our water tenders, we've got 2 helicopters, we've got smoke jumpers stationed right next door to the Reading District Office, as well as a complement of our aircraft at the Reading Air Base. So we are currently sitting in planning, what we call planning level 3. That's about mid between, it's a 1 to 5 scale, it's the middle level, where we are getting busy regionally and actually nationally, but we still have resources available, as you can see, staged and ready on our forest. What we've also done is, due to kind of some increase in heat, lightning potential, and fire danger, we have mobilized available contract engines that we have on standby as well to augment our own fire suppression resources across the forest. We are in a high risk for lightning across the forest footprint for the next day or so. We're watching that very carefully. Our fire resources have been extended to full 24-hour staffing shifts, and we will continue to expand those staffing hours as the levels of fire danger require. As with last year, my direction to our team is that we will continue to aggressively respond to these fires and put them out as soon as possible without any questions asked. Currently in the county, we have the China, the wood, and the coffee fires have all been contained at less than an acre. And overall to date this fire season in Trinity County, we've responded to 16 fires, and all of them were successfully contained on initial attack. So that's a little bit about the fire situation here. I also wanted to mention that last week we did go into general fire restrictions across our forest footprint. We did that in coordination with the other 5 forests that are zoned in the Northern California region, or the Northern California portion of the Forest Service region out here. So these restrictions are evaluated and re-evaluated as weather and fuels conditions change across the forest, and we adjust them. They're definitely not a one and done kind of a thing. And in fact, the decision to go into those restrictions is also based on several different measurements that we monitor throughout the season. So let me just move into briefly for you all some of our forest health projects that we've been working on for the last several months. We continue to prioritize improving our forest health and resiliency by decreasing critical fuel loading across the forest. It's a large footprint, it's a heavy lift, and we are nibbling away at it as quickly as we can. The goal here is to address the wildfire crisis in alignment with the 10-year wildfire crisis strategy that was released earlier this year by the Chief of the Forest Service, I want to say back in January or February. And what that wildfire crisis strategy laid out was the high priority fire sheds that are across the nation that we are going to start focusing on for an increased emphasis in fuel reduction acres. Trinity County happens to have these fire sheds in their county footprint as well. What has also come down as a result of this 10-year fire strategy is a bill called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law that is helping to pay for some of our additional increased staffing and other fuels reduction projects across the country. Some examples of the work that we've been focused on for the last half a year or so in Trinity County include the River Complex Hazard Tree Project, the timber from which actually sold last week. And our focus there is to address the fuel loading in burned areas of highest severity and in high public use or access areas. We're working on the McFarland Fire post-fire restoration and fuels reduction effort near the community of Wildwood. And the NEPA has now been signed, and implementation work will begin soon on the Trinity County Collaborative Pilot Project. August phase 1 and 2 are also rolling forward. That's fuels work, that's hazard tree removal, and establishing fuel breaks in our August fire complex footprint. We have many more, as you guys I think are aware, many more projects in the works here, but I did want to highlight a few of our bigger ones that we've been focused on. We've already begun in this last year to see increases in planting acres and implementation across the county, really across the state. That's a bigger focus for the region of the Forest Service, and we have a long way to go and a lot of acres to treat. So we're heads down and moving forward. A little bit on our hiring and our organizational structure I wanted to touch on for you guys while I've got you. As you may have heard, we're currently engaged in a bit of a temporary arrangement with unified leadership across the 2 management units in Trinity County that we've got. This is to make sure that we have consistent project prioritization across the county footprint as we staff up both units. It is tricky. We have the staff equivalent to what would be one management unit spanned across two, and so the projects that have to get done need to get done in connection with each other. And having a unified leadership on this side of the forest is helping to ensure that we prioritize and we don't lose our operational tempo while we're doing so. Along those lines, we are continuing to increase our staffing, and we've already filled 9 new positions between the South Fork and the Trinity River Management Units. We are actively still hiring more, and all of our positions are posted on the USA Jobs website. We could use your help in recruiting and filling jobs if you know of anybody who would be interested in applying for the organization. We are always looking for good candidates. It's a tricky time right now with the job market as it is, and across the nation with the Forest Service. Recruiting efforts have been challenging, but we carry on and continue to advertise the vacancies and attempt to grab high-quality folks to join our team. The other area that we are focused on in order to sort of start to ramp up the volume of work that we can get done on the ground is to increase our financial investments in our partners. And we have been doing that quite a bit lately in Trinity County, and to the realm of millions, or to the tune of millions and millions of dollars with our partners here in the county. What we want to do is increase our capacity to get the work done on the ground, and we can do that in one of 2 ways. We can either do it with our own forest employees, or we can do it with partners helping us. And so both avenues have to be up and running and at full capacity for us to get the job done on the ground that we want to get done on the ground. Along these lines, I wanted to mention that the forest is interested in partnering with Trinity County through a Good Neighbor Authority agreement. I know we've had some prior conversations, and Tara has as well, about that possibility, but would welcome further engagement with the county if this board is interested in a Good Neighbor Authority agreement with the Forest Service. So. Finally, I just wanted to mention, in terms of our community integration, I continue to expect that both my district ranger and my deputy district ranger here in the county ensure that the communication lines are open and integrated. It is critical to me that the Shasta Trinity is hearing the voices of and for Trinity communities, and that we are not just stepping up as good land stewards, but as good neighbors and as trusted partners. I appreciate the board's continued support for all of our efforts here in Trinity County. We have a unique opportunity in this moment with the funding, with the wildfire strategy that we've had handed down to us, to really make a real difference on the landscapes. If we can staff up, if we can build our partner bases, I think that we can make a real difference here. And this is an opportunity that doesn't come along all that frequently. I have been told, while I haven't been here for that long, that we've not hired to this extent and at this level for 30 years. So I look forward to continuing to deepen our relationship with the county and to increase the pace and scale at which we are creating more resilient forest landscapes across the footprint. Thank you for giving me the chance to give you a quick update. I would, before we take some questions from you all, if you have any, would like to bring up Tara to talk a little bit about the topic that was just discussed with the PG&E right-of-way clearing, and perhaps explain a little bit more about the Forest Service's role in that as well here in the county. Tara.
I'm a little taller than Rachel. So Supervisor Groves, to your point, we work with PG&E quite often to mitigate hazard trees. We have a policy that was worked out even at the regional level. So if they identify hazard trees, they let us know, and 10 days later those trees come down. So the Maple Creek line, I think we've got like 1,700 trees. So PG&E provides us the amount of trees, the location, gives us an idea on species and diameter, because those are the taxpayers' trees. So we can often, to mitigate the fuels that happen as a result of dropping hazard trees, PG&E will skid the trees and deck them. We have the opportunity then to either sell them to PG&E or sell them on the open market. That's exactly the same process that's followed with Pacific Power. And not just trees that are in their easement or in their right of way, but trees that are adjacent to that and pose a hazard the answer to cut those trees down is always yes. And then we deal with the fuels that result after the fact. Does that answer your question?
I would say that wasn't my experience when I was on the Public Utilities Board.
Okay, because I'm really glad you brought it up, because I just had the TPUD permit up and brought it out, and we've had some meetings with them in the past, and we'll continue to work with them, because that 100% is our expectation. Part of the permit is that those hazard trees are mitigated, and then we address the fuels that are created by dropping the hazard trees.
I just have one question. I know in the Willow Creek area, the roadslide slash piles and chips, we had a fire a few weeks ago along 299. I noticed this morning, I think, near Pigeon Point, there was maybe a little fire, or they were checking it out, but there are a couple water trucks there. So I'm just curious if that's like a unexpected issue that we're seeing from all the mulching from the fire fuels treatment on the side of the highway, and if we need to have extra caution with those piles.
Yeah, thank you for asking, Supervisor Brown. We are working with Caltrans to have them disperse their piles even more than they had previously, for exactly that reason, with the unprecedented conditions that we are seeing and some of the results of that have caused some fire suppression activity. Better safe than sorry, so we've been having ongoing conversations. They are even out there currently and further dispersing those piles to make sure that we don't have that happen.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Thanks.
Well, I have a question. I appreciate you being here. It's always good to see you. And I appreciate you bringing to the public's attention the fact that the Good Neighbor Authority is a conversation that we are very much having. And so there's a meeting happening on Thursday, actually, with some local people to discuss it. And then you and I are set for September 2nd. And so if we need to discuss before then, I would imagine that you would avail yourself.
Absolutely.
But we're all very excited to see that move forward, and thank you.
Fantastic. That's great news. Yeah. Thanks, Supervisor Cox.
So I just have two things. So on the Trinity County, Shasta County line, basically the French Gulch Road, when the car fire came through, there was a lot of vegetation stacking, and a major line was put down that line. And so that's 2019, is that? So those piles still haven't been burned. Now, there's some have, but there's just tons and tons and tons of volume of debris that hasn't been burned. And I would think that at this point that, at some point soon that, well, not next winter, that these would be got at. So, or I just hope that things like that don't get forgotten.
It's like you're reading my mind. So the car fire footprint was actually 2018, and as most of you know, the first few years of a fire, fire will slow down when it gets to it. So we're really taking a hard look at the car fire footprint now, and I'm working with, because that fire and the Delta fire touched across a couple of different units on the Shasta Trinity, so looking at post-fire restoration, the putting in fuel breaks where they make sense, and reforestation, because we managed to treat a lot of the hazard trees along the road, and what you're describing are those fire lines and the piles that were put in. So we know there's some fuels work that needs to get done out there, and we really need to start looking at things on a much larger landscape. So instead of just looking at the TRMU or the Trinity River Management piece of it, I've already spoken with Sarah, the ranger on the NRA, and we need to be really strategic about getting trees back in the ground, but doing so in a way that creates fuel breaks where we give firefighters a chance to be successful. So that's, I literally just had that conversation yesterday and wanted to get back out and take a look at the car Delta footprint. So thank you for bringing that up, I appreciate it.
Tara, I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Let me,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. So this actually is for Rachel.
Oh, okay.
So,
Put this back down here for you.
So over the past few years, we've seen a friction between the Forest Service and CAL FIRE. We saw that pretty aggressively up on the river complex last year, or at least people on the ground saw it.
I know there's this discussion with the new CAL FIRE chief and that there's going to be tried to work together. Is there anything at your level that you're trying to get the meeting of the minds on these things? I do see that the Klamath is a joint command, so that's good news. So you want to expand on that?
Yeah, I would be happy to, thanks. So what we have started to do really is, begin to build those relationships from the top down, and knowing that if, the folks on the ground see that all the way up their chain on both sides of these organizations, we are in lockstep, then they will fall into lockstep too. That's how the chain of command works in those organizations. So I have had regular meetings through the whole off season with the chief for Trinity and Shasta counties of CAL FIRE, as well as meetings with the Siskiyou County chief to talk about our plans for the upcoming fire season, to talk about even deeper philosophies about our firefighting organizations and what are our goals and objectives, and how do they interrelate. They're not the same agency. The Forest Service and CAL FIRE have slightly different mandates, and so we do though have a lot of overlap, and we can integrate beautifully as long as we're communicating. So I made it a pretty high priority once we got through the fire season last year to ensure that we were having constant communication with each of the counties that have lands in or where the forest has lands. I understand that up on the Klamath, they did go very quickly into unified and are coordinating quite well in the McKinney fire at this moment. I think that is a sign of things to come. But we have sort of, throughout the off season really found that we have more in common than we do not in common, and all we need to do is ensure that that is actually really communicated throughout the organization.
Thank you. I think it's extremely important. Last year, I honestly feel there was devastating consequences to our people in the North Lake because of this issue. So working together, I think, is going to be helpful. So thank you for that. And we do have this train fly that's been bothering people. So that's just to keep you off guard.
Masterful. Very well done.
Right. Okay, I'm done, Liam. Thank you.
So I guess this question could be for either of you. Coming up Sky Ranch Road towards Eagle Rock, there's a bunch of piles of wood on the side. Is that Forest Service wood? It looks like it showed up in the last month or so. Just debris piles of wood. Probably go for half a mile on the right-hand side coming up from Sky Ranch.
I don't believe that's ours. I'll double check, but I almost got him. I know I couldn't resist to try to get him. I'll double check on that, Supervisor. I can't say for certain. I will tell you on a happy note to what you said, Mr. Supervisor Groves. I went up to the Hella base recently, and CAL FIRE was doing a lot of work with their crew, thinning along the road and piling equipment, and I was happy we stopped and Tim Ritchie, our fuels battalion, and their captain were on a first name basis, and figured out their chipper had broken, and we had our chipper brought out to them, and so they're locally, I think, because it's a small town, we all know everybody. And so I think those things are happening, and I am encouraged. I know Rachel attended a meeting, I think last week, looking at cooperative fuel breaks, or a couple weeks ago now, looking at cooperative fuel breaks. And SPI and CAL FIRE were some of the people that were there. So we're trying to do more of that work and be strategic on the landscape, realizing that the treatment shouldn't stop when you hit the forest boundary or our district boundaries or state lands. We want to work together to be more effective. So.
Sure, one last question. We're still on for next date, correct?
You said the 18th in your email.
Okay.
I think you're trying to trick me now.
No,
so
no.
18th, 5 to 6:30 outside. Okay. And then the only reason I would have to cancel is USDA has policies about when we're in high COVID levels, what we can do and how many people can be there. But flyers are made, and sandwich boards should be going out and getting posted, and I'm working with our PIO to get it online as well.
So at that time, I'll be out of state working. So will you be able to keep in contact with Kenny Wiley Jr.?
Yep, you provide information.
So that would be my go-between while I'm out of state.
That'd be great.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. And it was the 18th, I knew I was out of state, and you're right, it was the 18th.
Okay.
My fault.
That's all right. All right, thank you very much.
All right, any other questions? All right, I just wanted to say thank you to Tara too after our last meeting when I brought up the Hellgate campground, and the next time I went by, the gate was open and the place was packed. It was hot and there was a lot of people using that to get to the river, so that was a benefit, and thank you.
Thank you, Board.
All right. Before we jump into our next presentation, let's take about a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 11:22.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Are we ready? Yes, sir. All right, we will reconvene the August 2nd, 2022 meeting under the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. Moving into still in presentations, cannabis, item 1.2. Receive an update from cannabis staff and consultants Helix and Laco regarding the cannabis division. Director Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Susie, where that came from? Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Board, CEO Garza, County Council. My name is Sean Connell. I'm the Director of Cannabis, the Division Director for Cannabis here. And with me today I have Helix Environmental and Laco and Associates. In the room I have Aaron and Leslie, and Noah is from Laco, and online we should have Byron, Megan Ryan, and Mike Nielsen. And if you want to, Susie, when you get a second, bring up the slideshow. Next slide. So we want to start with just kind of laying out where we are as a division. What you'll see in front of you is my division tree. These are all of the current employees that fall within the cannabis division. As you'll see, we still only have 2 code compliance specialists. However, in the next 2 weeks, I will be interviewing for our 3rd code compliance specialist, as well as our planning assets, which will help round out our division to fully serve all of the needs of the cannabis industry. Our newest of hires are our 3 environmental compliance specialists. They are both doing assistance in inspections, as well as do preliminary reviews for Appendix C documents before we send those off to our consultants. We have 2 administrative coordinators. One of them is extra help. He's only temporary for 6 months. The other one has accepted the position. I'm working with HR to get that in front of you, as it is a step A increase. And then we have reflown our accountant technician position to provide our division, the cannabis division specifically, with an independent person that will help us manage all of our contracts, budgets, ins and outs, you know, money receipt. Okay, sorry, I thought I heard myself in an echo. So that's the movement that we've done here locally. When I took over this position in March, it was myself, 2 code compliance specialists, and 1 administrative coordinator. And there was no way for us to keep pace with the amount of work that was coming through the door. Next slide, please. Laco Associates, that is our environmental review team. The president is Mike Nielsen. Our primary and lead is Megan Ryan. She is the director and our main point of contact. What most of our applicants and consultants meet with is Byron and Noah, who is in the audience today. Those 2 tend to do your primary lift of the Appendix C document review, as well as engage with any consultant or applicant who has questions on, you know, how to properly provide these documents, or, you know, any specific CEQA-related question. Next slide, please. And then I have in the audience today, we have Leslie Oning and Aaron Gustafson. Did I say that right? Yes, got it. That is from our Helix environmental planning team. Leslie is the primary lead there with the planning group manager, and Aaron has been both behind the counter as a reviewer and all over Trinity County as a site inspector. And I will make sure to caveat to say a big thank you to all of them for their help in stepping up and getting the inspections done earlier this year when we were behind in staffing. Next slide, please. So the purpose of today is for us to provide this board, as well as the public, with the progress the Cannabis Division has made in processing of permits and Appendix C documents. We'll include where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. We'll address what's been working and what is not working in terms of submittals, and we'll try to conclude with a recap of efforts we've taken, both county and our consultant team, to increase the speed and effectiveness of our review. I will let you all know that if that fly comes back here, I'm going to do everything to make sure it doesn't continue to fly around. So just excuse me. Next slide. Perfect. So where we've been, first let me say, back one, there we go. First let me say thank you to David Colbeck for helping me assemble these early on information. As
was not hired till March. So January and February, and I would say a good portion of March was really handled by David Colbeck, and I am very grateful for the work that he has done. But in January and February, there were a lot of meetings. It looks like a lot of engagement meetings as far as the rollout of the Appendix C, mitigation monitoring reports, the creation and the processing of the Appendix C documents, as well as internal file audits to identify expired permits, essentially files that had been neglected, unchanged, not a lot of communication back and forth, as well as the compliance determination that we would receive following a approved Appendix C documentation and the beginning of the credit refund policy and application. Next slide, please. So in March, I was hired, as well as the board approved the credit refund program for the shutdown of the program previously. We established inspection protocols, being that if you were in technical review, we would be out on your property. We would be looking for your property to be no more than 6 plants on site, as there is no local permit at the time. I was hired, luckily was introduced to just about everybody there was, and started to take over those meeting responsibilities. Going into April, there was a lot of pushback from the reviews of Appendix C's, being baseline date, expansion, the requirement for a CRIS search. It took quite a little bit of time between myself, David Colbeck, County Council, our environmental review team, but ultimately mitigation measure 3.54 is what we landed on, and the big things there that you need to take away is compliance with terms 21 and 22 of the State Water Board, Resource Control Board, general requirements is what this EIR utilized to create less than significant impacts on tribal and cultural resources. That was the big ticket early on when I first took over. That was one of the major issues that we were having with getting Appendix C's through the process, as there was just no submission or a lack of detail to the requirements of terms 21 and 22 under the State Water Board General Order, which is a requirement for you to be enrolled in as a cultivator. Next slide, please. So by May, we had had 112 documents in technical review. We had had 13 total approved license applications. We were doing staff hiring interviews. The former CAO, Dr. Coons, had authorized a 30-day emergency extra help. We did everything we could to get those 3 people on board. I will still and forever thank Dana Hauser, Chad Fergeron, and Melanie Herron for taking a large step into a very dark hole and helping us get to the light. We also did lose staff at that time, and so there was quite a big delay in referral of submitted Appendix C documents to our environmental consultants. Leading into the June, we issued our first set of licenses. Notices of determinations were decided by Derek Cole that they would strengthen our licensing applications, and so those are now filed at date of issuance. We hired our environmental compliance team, and so throughout the month of June they were coming on board, which leads to training, and as well as you all know, the giant inspection push through the summer with LACO and Helix in the assist. Next slide, please. So where we're at and where we're headed is the retail ordinance has been adopted. So on the 19th, that is 30 days, that ordinance will now be effective. Later today, you will hear the second reading of the processing ordinance, which will help round out the entire cannabis industry here in Trinity County. Our environmental compliance specialists are assisting in CEQA reviews, meaning that they are looking at all resubmitted documents to verify and ensure that they are done properly, that they can be addressed, and that if they're not ready for our consultants outside of the county, that they're sent back to the applicant or the consultant so that they can be referred properly to our outside agencies, and that those reviews can be done quickly and effectively. Our accountant is working daily to get through our credit refund reviews and the processing of them. And our priorities have been confirmed by this board to me at the last meeting via our transition plan, and we're going to hold tight to that. For August, we will finalize our budget. The retail pathway application will be available. It is our goal to get out ahead of it and to start doing some engagement so that way applicants are aware of what it will be required, how this process will work with timelines and expectations fully understood before we take in our first application. Additionally, the local equity assessment should be completed by the end of the month, with Dominic and Devin should be here to either present it or they will work with me to make sure that I can present it to you for adoption as well. We will be fully staffed by the end of August. That is my goal. I do not want you to see a single vacant position in my division going forward. It is impossible to do this level of work without adequate staff. And lastly, because we have staffed up, it allows me to get back into community engagement. A lot of the time, my job was to be in the office making sure the work was getting done. As we have trained quality staff, it will loosen up that requirement and allow me to engage more with our local consultants, our local community, and the general public at large. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie and Helix, and then I think she's going to kick it to Byron after that, and then I'll be back.
Hi, good morning. I'm Leslie Owning. I'm the Environmental Planning Group Manager for Helix. And today I'm mostly going to talk to you about the Appendix Cs, what goes into those reviews, kind of what takes that time. And I do want to point out that this is one component of what gets somebody through to the license. So this is strictly towards the CEQA, how the Appendix C is adequate with the EIR, and that's what we're looking at, which is one component of the licensure. So there's really four main categories that those can fall under if an Appendix C doesn't meet the, gets a letter of incomplete. And it's usually an inconsistency throughout the document between the project description, the impact analysis, and the supporting documents. It's maybe a lack of impact analysis in those individual sections, either missing or inadequate tech studies, or an incorrect application of the mitigation measures. So I'm going to kind of walk you through if I were to look at an application that lands on my desk today. And just for context, these documents are usually somewhere between 250 and 350 pages. So really the first thing we look at right up top is project description. What is the project? Is it existing? Does it have some proposed expansion? Is it proposed? Is it new altogether? So we really get familiar with the project description and we check that against the site plan. And we make sure, if the site plan says something, we see it in the project description. If it's not clear, if it's existing or proposed, that's when we're like, okay, we're going to start a letter of incomplete because we're starting to see some things that aren't adding up. So that's really step one. Step two is then we start reading into the impact analysis. So we look at every single section, air quality, ag, bio, cultural, every single one, and we're making sure that there's project-specific impact analysis for that project and that it matches what's in the project description and what's in the site plan. So for example, some things we'll see is like the site plan will say, no further expansions proposed, there's no further ground development. But then all of a sudden, in a different section we're reading it now, it's talking about a new shipping container for processing and some features that we're reading about. Like, we don't see that in the site plan, we don't see that in the project description. So we'll put that as an item in the letter of incomplete. Hey, can you clarify to us? We're reading something here, we're seeing something a little different here. Can you clarify what your project is and make sure that that's working its way through the entire Appendix B? Just so we're clear on what's required, what's not required, what's part of the project. Next step is all the supporting documents. So biological resource assessment, cultural resource assessment, site management plan, odor management plan if you're not in an area that's zoned ag. And we're looking to making sure that the areas that were surveyed match the areas of proposed disturbance or the existing projects. So we're really checking each of those and making sure across the board you've got those documents, and then when you have those documents that the analysis matches the project. And then I'd say the last thing we're checking is, did the mitigation measures that were applied match the project? And so for context, at the very beginning of this process, when we kind of jumped on board in November, December, and the first that we were looking at, we were kind of seeing people were taking the template, and I think that there's been better communication, so there's definitely better documents now. But in the beginning, we were seeing most folks were just kind of scrapping the highlight language, saying every mitigation measure applies and kicking that back out. Like, no, don't want to do that. We need project-specific analysis. We also don't think all those mitigation measures apply. That's a lot, and that's onerous if all of them do. So we said, let's put together a mitigation measure table, and we'll have you go through each one. Why does this apply to your project? Why does it not? And provide that justification. So kind of what we've seen on some side is now it's flipping to the other side too much, where now it's like, oh, none of these apply to us, we're good to go. And I think if your site's existing and you don't have a lot of development or proposed expansion, that could be the case. You have less mitigation measures because you're doing less ground disturbance. So I think that's one sticking point that we're still having some issues with, is that some folks have proposed expansion, but when we read the bio assessment and the potential for certain species to occur on the site, we're not really seeing that necessarily applied correctly in the mitigation measures. So one thing that we were doing probably in the March, April time was when we'd start to see that, we'd say, hey, reevaluate the applicability of your mitigation measures. And we would just kick out the letter that way, try to keep our review, timely, and also get it out faster. I will admit, I think in some way that was too vague. Because then what we'd get back is we'd get back a resubmittal and say, yeah, we reevaluate and we still think it's good. So we're like, shoot, we really don't want to keep going through these multiple letters of incomplete and this back and forth. We want to be crystal clear. So we on our end have definitely started looking at those bio documents and giving much more crystal clear direction of, because we see your project has proposed expansion and because we're reading your bio document and it says it has either a known occurrence or a high potential for this certain species to occur, we believe these set of mitigation measures apply to your project. So we're trying to do that in an effort of being very clear of why we're asking you to reevaluate and really eliminate that back and forth of letter of incompletes. So I'd say that's definitely something that has, the quality of documents that we're seeing has been huge change. From the beginning to now, we're seeing much better submittals. We think the message is definitely getting across what the county's looking for to get these through the finish line. So I feel really positive and optimistic that we're on kind of an uphill here now that we've kind of broken through some of those communication barriers. And especially now that we're getting the resubmittals, one thing that we have been talking extensively with the county about is how can we get those resubmittals in a way that expedites our reviews. And so now we have the resubmittal policy where if they can mark up our letter of incomplete, identify where they've either disagreed with our comment, which sometimes they do, say, hey, we have provided that before, and we're like, you did, that's right. Or, we hear your comment, we see how that was confusing, and now we're clarifying that's no longer part of the project, or we revised our document to clarify throughout that now we are going to have those proposed shipping containers, or whatever it is. So that has really helped us on our review of the resubmittals, because now we can go to those pointed sections and go quicker and check those boxes that they did respond to it, they revised their document, and so we've been getting a lot quicker with our resubmittal now that that policy is in place. Before, it was a little challenging because we'd just get a resubmittal, we're like, you gotta go back through the whole thing, and like I said, these can be really big, 250, 350 pages, so I think this process is much more streamlined, and it's been helping us a lot more on getting through these reviews faster and ultimately getting people to the finish line. So that's what we've been doing. So I'm actually going to kick this over to Byron, who's online, and he's really been managing the office hours, and I think that's really been bridging that gap of what we're looking for to get to the finish line and how to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Byron Turner with Latico Associates. I wanted to say a few words about the office hours. We first started holding regular office hours in February. The idea was to dedicate 4 hours a week to assist the public with how to fill out the Appendix C. As Sean mentioned earlier, there are a lot of empty seats at the community development department there, the cannabis program. And back then, when the phone rang at the county, there were literally no one to answer. And so the office hours really filled an important void at that time that existed then that is actually closing up now as you staff up. Since then, the office hours have kind of morphed from general to specific as we started holding more meetings, and with regular participants we no longer stick to a adhered time because everyone's schedule's different. We're not having office, Tuesday and Thursday from 9 to 11 isn't always conducive, especially when there's a board meeting at that time as well. So we've been flopping around and expanding those hours. We've also expanded the times. Since then, since we've been having those office hours, we have seen an increase in the quality of the submittals. As Leslie stated, the applicability of mitigation has really gone up. As we're saying, there are 63 mitigation measures. Not all of them apply. We're trying to hammer home explain why they apply and how, or why do they not apply if they're not applicable. We're also seeing a more robust cultural and biological analysis, which is really important for the program. So I will close with, those of you who do already, feel free to continue to contact NOAA or I directly. and or email the cannabis address at the county to make a request to a meeting, and we're still having office hours weekly. So that's back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Byron. And I will say that if you email to our info.cannabis for a meeting request with Byron, our admin staff coordinates with Byron, and Byron usually is the person to reach out to you to confirm your scheduled meeting. And to pick up on the additional work that we've been doing here, besides just the reviews, I wanted to go ahead and give you a good idea of how our site inspections have worked. So to date, we are at 212 site inspections. The average distance to the site is about an hour to about an hour and a half of travel time. Inspections take anywhere between 40 and 60 minutes depending on the size, shape, and location of the parcel. Internal completeness reviews for files, we've completed about 205 of those so far. What we're running into as far as the major issues, and these are the things that preclude us from licensure. Building permits are not finalized or they've been expired, so that's a delay because the applicant needs to go back to the building department and get those things squared away. Seller's permits are expired at the state level. Business documents are out of date. Property owner permissions forms are not provided. And one of the biggest things that we've been running into lately is that the requirements for a variance are getting captured currently. I've got 4 projects that have been in our process for over 2 years that have just now been realized that they should have had a variance. So that will also preclude licensure because that is part of our ordinance. But as we have staffed up, we've been able to attack these small little issues with proper training and proper personnel to ensure that it is communicated the expectations and given at least a good time frame when we expect for these things to be done so that we can move these projects forward. And that's going to tie right into the next slide, which is our road to faster approvals. I'll wait for Ms. Susie. Other one. Yep. Next. And perfect. So our road to faster approvals, this is something that we all as a team have been looking at on what can we each do in order to get this through the finish line. So county staff has taken the responsibility of completing completeness reviews further in advance so that way there is more time for applicants or consultants to handle the issues that are in front of them. We are continuously doing inspections. Daniel Marvel has been a big help for me. He is starting to identify those inspections that need to be done. We have a goal of 15 a week. He is making sure that those 15 are hit. He is breaking down the inspection locations, grouping together like sites, closely related sites, and getting those out to staff so that way that those can be performed in a timely manner. Our environmental compliance specialists, they are starting to pre-review. And what we mean by pre-review is, as Leslie alluded to, there is a resubmission policy that was enacted here at the division in order to expedite review times. So when you are given an incomplete letter that's mailed out by our county council, when you resubmit, you will provide us your working Word document with track changes formatted so that we can see the adjustments. You'll provide me with a clean, finalized PDF so that when that track change format document is approved, we already have the provided clean format, as well as annotate in the incomplete letter where we can find the requested information. Whether we agree with it or not, we still need to be pointed in that direction. That helps us out drastically. I wish I could tell you the amount of days that reduces or hours it reduces in review, but in my experience, I can guarantee that you'll drop 4 to 8 hours off of a review timeline just by being able to know where to go for the requested information that you're looking for. Lastly, one of my biggest things that I have been adamant about accomplishing is our communication. I don't think that there's ever been a point in this program where communication has been effective or great. It's one of the biggest criticisms in all of the historical documents on this program that I have is that communication has always been a lack. Because we have staff, and we have great staff, I want to make sure I say that. We have amazing staff now here in Trinity County to serve this community. It provides me the ability to provide weekly updates. I'm working with IT to establish a email newsletter sign up where anyone in the county who wants information on our program can sign up for it. We're going to do everything we can to start off on a monthly basis of just providing of what's going on, what we're seeing, and how things are going. And that will eventually lead into a weekly division update. I'm working to get our YouTube, the county has a cannabis YouTube established where we will start putting all cannabis items and information on that YouTube so that it's available to the public at their fingertips when they need it, how they need it. And with that, there's our consultant responsibility. Sorry, I almost skipped over it. Our consultants have actually done a really good job of working with us to amend compliance documents that we received. There might be a little off, APN, location, city, state, those types of things. They are working to train with our environmental compliance specialists on what to look for in pre-reviewing these documents, making sure that things are addressed so that way that their review time is shorter and therefore fiscally a little bit more responsible on our end. And then they are working with us to just provide cleaner communication between troubled projects. There are some projects that, off the top of my head, there's a few projects that we have going through the Appendix C process that require a rezone. That is a planning commission function, and so under CEQA, we don't want to piecemeal these documents together being an Appendix C checklist where it really should be an overall environmental compliance document to address the entire project. That includes the rezone. So when we identify these things, and particularly when our consultants identify these things, we're trying to figure out the pathways forward so that we can inform applicants and we can get them to that finish line faster. And then one of the big things that we're going to work on communicating is that this is a full team effort. It is not just the county staff and it's not just our consulting staff, but we have consultants and applicants that are a part of this program too, and they share a portion of this load. And so what we ask for them is accurate Appendix C documentation that fits their specific site. What's happening on their land today, tomorrow, 10, 15, 45 years from now. Give me your best efforts and evaluate for the best thing you could possibly have. And if you fall short, you will still have the ability to strive towards that goal. The supporting documentation, providing qualifications, clarifications, those things help us get this process done faster. And then lastly, and one of the biggest ones, is to be available and prepared for your inspection. We are trying our best to give you 7 days of notice before we're coming out for a pre-license inspection. We can't do an inspection and we can't give you a license unless we've been on site. Being on site helps us vet both what we receive in your Appendix C document as well as complete our internal completeness reviews to get you to licensure. Through those three efforts, both by county staff, by the public, and by our hired consultants, there is not a question in my mind that says that this program is not running through approvals. I've got 7 that are sitting in my office as of today, and I expect there to be more by the end of the week. So we are actually moving through this program. I understand that for quite a long time it has felt like we have been stalled and kind of stuck in the water. Ooh, Susie, if you don't mind, can you advance the slideshow, I think by 2? One more. There we go. So this is something that you will start to see from me in my division more often. I'm going to try to work to get this into the paper as well. What I think is vitally important here is to see the type of permits that have been issued across the board. And then the next slide, as well as your zoning districts. So this is the heaviest lift because we are actually going to do the zoning districts by applications. So there requires us to dig through a lot. The way our SmartGov is set up, it does not pull the zoning districts based on the parcel line. I'm not sure why. I'm pretty sure that has to do with the RCD tie-in of them being our GIS manager. So we are actively working so that you can see the entire spread of this cannabis program in this county. I think it is vitally important that everybody understand where concentrations happen in zoning districts so that as we're making decisions, we have the entire field of information available to us. And so Susie, if you don't mind slipping back to the previous slide. These 2 slides at the very end of this slideshow will become part of my monthly update to you as a board. I will do everything in my power to make sure that we keep this as up to date and that if it needs to be spread publicly, we will do so. It will be incorporated to all of my outside guidance, and we are going to make this public in our office as well. I feel like these things help move this program forward, and with that, I think that is all that we have. Let me double check. Did I miss anything? With that, that is all that we have. Thank you for your time. Thank you for hearing us out. I know I read through most of this, but I am trying to keep us somewhat timely today so that we're not out of here at 6 o'clock. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Find my agenda here. All right. I think that concludes presentations. Moving on to public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Do we have any public comment?
Terry Mines, Junction City. Oh, that was a great presentation. About a year late maybe on the understanding for Appendix Cs for the people in the county, because they probably needed to know that before they started applying for them. But that being said, I don't know. I'm here for a few reasons. First thing that I'm noticing is closed session. You have an immense amount of litigation. Me being part of it, I know mine's amended since this was published. You're going to look at a new amended lawsuit from me and a malpractice lawsuit from me also. That's just to give you a heads up, because I thought we had a settlement, but you, in my opinion, have a county council that has a different agenda than the county and I do. I'm spending $120,000 in leases for licenses outside of this county currently. I have one in Calaveras and a 2-acre in San Luis Obispo. It's kind of a crime when this county needed that $120,000. And I'd rather grow weed in Trinity County, hiring other people here in Trinity County. So why the county wanted me to spend $1 million outside of the county to do that instead of spending it inside the county, not sure. I didn't hear from the people here that were here about their accountability of the few hundred licenses that they misplaced in the Appendix C. I know that was brought up, and I know my mother and mine, we've never seen any inspections, and heck, we don't even get a call. And I know my engineer has contacted the county multiple times, including an email specifically to Sean last week. Nothing ever gets responded to. Ms. Erhammer spoke in front of the Judge Boakman last week in court saying that there's no issue with the county dealing with me with my licenses, but they won't even answer the phone and they hang up on me and they don't respond to my engineers. This is going to affect the county's wallet, not theirs. That's what I've noticed here. There's a conflict of interest going on. They're making a lot of money off all of these lawsuits. This is a problem because they're not trying to settle them and they're not trying to do what's good for this county. This is a serious conflict of interest. They make more money off of these lawsuits the longer they don't settle them and the longer they push them off. I didn't understand that when I was in your seat. I clearly understand it today. They're using the county as a shield for their behavior, in my opinion. So, as this proceeds, and it's coming quick because the judge wouldn't let it go long distance this last time. We're back in court on the 23rd. You're going to notice that this is not going to turn out better for you. It's going to actually turn out much worse because I've went through my settlements and you've pushed me past when those will work for me now. So now it's going to get to monetarial, and I tried to avoid that in the best interest of this county, but somebody makes a lot of money off this continuing. It's not me. I'm just spending money outside of the county. So that's going to have a negative effect here coming back to hit you. I hate to say it, but those are realities. You should probably get a different county council or get a council to look into this because it's affecting the county, and I'm not going to run out of money. I'm going to fight it to the end.
I apologize.
It's reality. I mean, you guys got a serious problem in hand here. You have people stating that they're doing their job efficiently and correctly, issuing licenses.
Sorry, your time is up.
Really, where's the clock?
She forgot to put it up on the screen, but it's not.
Well, one last thing I'll just say quickly because I'll get
your time's up.
That's great. I have a DUP. I don't need an Appendix C.
Your time's
So
up.
you should probably issue me a license pretty quick.
Therefore, the waiver bill. I want to change the subject a little bit. Basically, there's a number of projects going on talking about broadband in the community, and we all know that's a high priority for the county and that sort of thing. But one of the things I wanted to make sure is in everybody's thought process about broadband in general kind of goes back to when we first started talking about the 299 project, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. What was happening in Eureka was that they had a single line running down 101, and that line would get cut every so often. And when it did, the whole town essentially almost shut down. The college couldn't get its records, phone systems didn't work, all kinds of things. There were a couple of big businesses over there that couldn't compete because they had a single internet connection down 101. And so they didn't have any redundancy. They couldn't guarantee that they could be up over time. So when what they did, in fact, is put fiber on the Highway 36 PG&E transmission line. So they got an additional feed from running down 209 to one running over into the valley. So we're kind of in the same situation now. We have a couple of internet providers here, but they all run through a single cable down around the Red Bluff area. And so when that cable gets compromised by some way or the other, several people shut down here, not because of anything that's happening here, but because something's happening in another part of the state. So when we're looking at internet and we're looking at redundancy and that sort of thing, we need to be looking at making sure that we have redundant connections around the system so that while we put 2 or 3 internet connections in Trinity County, if they all run through the single fiber and they all run through, say, Red Bluff, and something happens there, the whole system is down. So now if you've got a business, if you've got a hospital, if you've got something like that that's relying on that internet connectivity and there's only that one line and it fails, you've got a problem. So part of what should be happening is making sure the infrastructure is in place with redundancy so that we're not all running down one highway at one point in time, but there are alternative ways to go that can switch around and that sort of thing. So keep in mind when you're dealing with our CRC and CSAC and that sort of thing, to think about the fact that when we talk about redundancy in the internet, we're talking about more than just local. We're talking about the way the systems work across the state and the country. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anything else?
Chairman Frazier, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, with that, we will close the public comment period and go into reports and announcements. Reports from department heads. Do we have any department heads who would like to report out?
Good afternoon, Liz Hamilton, Director of the Office of Emergency Services and Health and Human Services. I'm pleased to welcome Philip Seavey. He's our new Office of Emergency Services Manager, and so just wanted to give you guys an introduction today and welcome him on board. His experience in private sector that we're going to move into public sector very quickly, and with fire technology, fire emergency preparedness. So just welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then I also wanted to just, you'll notice in items 3.3 and 3.4 today that 2 items have actually been removed. Pleased to announce that our August complex recovery is completed, and so those declarations have expired. And I wanted to give an opportunity to Mike Catoni, my deputy, and then Christy Anderson, environmental health director, to give a report out on both river complex and monument recovery. So that's Mike first and then Christy.
Good afternoon, Mike Catoni, Deputy Director at HHS and OES. So just some brief updates, largely around what our long-term recovery group has been doing. We're still meeting on a monthly basis. And amongst some of our partners, including Northern Valley Catholic Social Services, has still been looking at supporting households, a handful of households that are looking at rebuilding from the August complex. So they're still putting together cost estimates and working with contractors and looking for the little bit of funding that they need to make that happen. Another funding source, and this is more focused on 2021 wildfires, the State Department of Housing and Community Development is working on an action plan. This has been going on since last December for community development block grant funding specific to disaster recovery for the 21 fires. So since last December, they've been meeting with counties and also seeking public comment to develop that action plan on how to use that funding. Now, it's only $14 million for the entire state, which is not a lot of money, and they are focused predominantly on counties that have what they consider to be more impact or more affected, and those are also focused kind of on counties that have high density housing needs. So, but we have used the opportunities that we've had directly to HCD and also in public comment meetings to let them know the needs that we have here in Trinity County. We don't have really any high density housing to speak of. We are pretty spread out, but we are making it clear that we want to make sure our needs are at least known. There's another meeting this month on the 19th, and it looks to be specific to those counties that are not considered the most impacted, so the smaller counties that don't have high density housing needs necessarily. So we'll continue to use those webinars and meetings as an opportunity to provide input. Let's see. Another thing that North Valley Catholic Social Services is working on, working with the Humboldt Area Foundation to develop a grant that would be focused on disaster response and resilience here in the county. And the idea is that we've collected some ideas for proposals on what that grant funding would address, and that's been kind of vetted through the long-term recovery group, and we'll continue to do that on an ongoing basis. Some of the ideas that we're looking at is, and you may have heard this mentioned in other places, the idea of forming a COAD here for Trinity County. So that's a community organizations active in disasters, and it's really community groups, nonprofits and such who are working to respond, usually the first minute that a disaster happens, to bring resources and other services to impacted areas. So we'll continue to look at somehow kind of forming a more formal structure for that in the county. It's something that Humboldt County and Del Norte have been working on, and we've had discussions with them about once we do develop a COAD here, joining with them for a regional structure as well, since we're so tied to them as far as just neighbors, and the disasters that we experience don't really care about county lines, so we're usually helping each other. Some other efforts in that grant proposal that could be around emergency preparedness education for people in the community, also some fuel reduction projects. The other thing I'll mention is that, so as part of the FEMA grants that have been awarded for 2021 fire recovery, NBCSS did get the grant for crisis counseling, and so we provided them a list of folks that we had contact information for from our local assistance center feedback. Those folks that had given us permission to share their contact info, we did provide that to NBCSS, so they've already started outreach efforts. The one piece we're still waiting on is word on what disaster case management is going to look like for 2021 households that are impacted. The FEMA did not provide as much funding as they did for 2020 fires, so they're looking at what that model might look at, and I'm hoping to have an update on that soon. The one other thing I'll mention is because of this kind of increased focus on disaster recovery and how long it takes, and we know that here in our experience, I know Director Hamilton has been really vocal, and as have other county, particularly in Health and Human Services arena, really trying to communicate to the state how much these disasters impact us, and particularly health and social services agencies, since we're expected to participate in recovery efforts. And sometimes here we are 2 late years after August complex, and the work is still ongoing. So, but last week we had representatives from California Office of Emergency Services Recovery Branch and Federal Health and Human Services Department and they're conducting listening sessions around the state with counties that have been impacted to really assess how wildfires have affected them and impacted their ability to assist recovery efforts in communities. So they were able to meet with representatives from our social services department, our division, our public health division, environmental health, and some others. So we're hoping that feedback will lead to some big changes in how health and social services agencies are supported in disaster recovery. So that's all I have on that, and I know Christy, I think, has some updates on debris removal operations.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon, Chairman Frazier, Board of Supervisors, Christy Anderson, Trinity County Environmental Health Director. Just wanted to give you an update on the 2020. So 2020 is, August 2020 fires have been completely cleaned up. 2 commercial properties that were denied FEMA inclusion did clean up their own parcels. And so we have, like Director Hamilton mentioned, we are no longer in that emergency. As far as 2021 fire cleanup, we are 100% for debris removal outside of commercial properties. And we have received, we are only -2 on the final sign-off forms, which means erosion control efforts, hazard tree removal, etc. So we're only waiting on 2 parcels. As far as commercial inclusion, we did submit to FEMA inclusion for our commercial properties, which included Trinity River Rafting, Coffee Creek Ranch, Almay Ranch, and the Gompa. And we're denied all 4 of those inclusion requests, which I guess is fairly common right now. I did speak to OES and FEMA and asked for pointers, but they said that we wrote up a great summary, so we tried to, in that appeal to anything that they suggested. So we have appealed those decisions and are patiently awaiting, but we're hopeful to get those cleaned up. There are some sites that are just so egregious right in waterways that we're just hoping that those get taken care of. So with all of that, some good news were wrapped up for the 2021 fire cleanup outside of those commercial properties. Hopeful that those will eventually be approved. And in Coffee Creek, you may still see some traffic for fire cleanup taking place in the Josephine Lake area. And they are almost done with that as well. And so that's what I had with that. And I wanted to say that Health and Human Services did really help out with hosting the U.S. Health and Human Services and OES with those assessments. And it was a great, we spent all day with those representatives because I guess Trinity County Environmental Health listed more items that impacted us than any other county that responded. And so we had 25 issues to address, and they're hopeful in giving us some resources to start helping our department, so that was really great. Let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah, as you know, today we're having a flood warning that we have at a pretty egregious site, I don't know, 50 yards from the creek, if that far. So what happens, obviously there's going to be toxins washing into the creek tonight. What happens if we can't get money?
For one of the sites, I would say there's a significant amount of debris within the Wagner Creek watershed, which leads right to Coffee Creek across the road. And that's a huge concern for me, and that was addressed in our appeal letter and in our original letter for inclusion. I am really concerned because it's right in the creek. There's no doubt in my mind that that's going to wash down or get buried. And so I worry about, because we have a lot of residents in that area that do pull water directly out of Coffee Creek or creeks downstream. So that is a huge concern for me. And we can try as hard as we can to get FEMA to approve that, but unfortunately they haven't responded in quick form. The 2020 fire, the August complex inclusions were submitted and denied and then appealed, and half of them were approved and half of them we never heard back on. And so it's just unfortunate because it would be nice to have things happen quickly, because as we know, these storms are coming quickly, and now we have winter to think about too, fall and winter.
Well, maybe because you don't have an answer, that really wasn't an answer. At some point it becomes a toxic cleanup that somebody's responsible for, and so are you saying that the homeowner or the business owner will then have to clean up, which they can't do, and then the county takes the land and then we clean it up? Is that?
Right now, there is no enforcement action on those sites. The property owner, the business owner, is primarily responsible if we're unable to get that inclusion. And I think that's always what it goes back to, is the property owner, the commercial business owner. It's just a really tough situation, and before winter, something has to be done. I'm not sure that that business can afford to clean that up.
No, of course they can.
I just don't have an easy answer for you.
So well, I'm just trying to get the process down.
Yeah.
So the process is, if the state or feds won't clean up a toxic cleanup, then that falls back on the property owner. The property owner can't afford to do it. Then what do you do?
So eventually we will have to move forward with some actions. I will say that the actual hazardous materials, for the most part, unless buried under roofing or foundation, has been removed and mitigated. So the actual hazardous waste under California and federal guidelines has been removed or mitigated. But as we know, there's a lot of toxins and debris. And these are old structures. So we'll have to move forward in a noticing process and take enforcement action, unfortunately.
And on the Alme Ranch, have you talked? So part of my problem there is that there's private and business on the same parcel, and so they've classified it as all.
Initially, I never tagged that site as commercial because I didn't have, like Coffee Creek Ranch, we had 3 licenses with them, commercial licenses with them. Alme Ranch, we had 0, so we didn't have a reason to believe that it was all commercial. However, the state flagged it as commercial because of Airbnb or advertisements on VRBO.
Right. So I guess this would be a lesson. I'm sidetracking, and I'm sorry, sir. So anybody that has a VRBO is now a commercial business, and the state won't clean your property if it burns. So that's a very interesting scenario.
I think there was other obvious parts of the parcel that flagged, like a golf course type area. They were looking into other VRBOs and Airbnbs, and I was like, they were worried about the massive amount of debris on that one site for how the state bills out. It's a set cost, and so that site was a little bit more complicated to clean up. So that's what originally caught their attention, was those features, those commercial features.
Yeah, it wasn't built anyway. I'm sorry, but we can talk. It's very problematic that we're poisoning our creeks and the state ignores us.
So, Krista, you mentioned you had a fire disaster relief meeting just recently.
Which kind?
Well, the gentleman before you spoke of it, and who were the participants?
Oh, so FEMA tasked U.S. Health and Human Services with identifying the needs of counties impacted by the 2021 that were under presidential declaration or FEMA declaration. And so they sent out these surveys to all the counties in the 2021 fire declarations and received some feedback, and then interviewed us based on that feedback. And that was really great. It's the first time that's happened for me, and it was really nice to lay out all the issues that are involved with wildfire, fire camps, population increases, all of the issues we're dealing with, road access, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, do we have any other department heads? I see.
Ed Presley, Interim Deputy Director of Building and Planning. I just wanted to piggyback, and I felt like I needed to say something after Christy was saying that and after the exchange, is, you know, when the state or when FEMA comes out to clean up a property, it's usually $50,000, right? Okay, so we understand that if we've worked in the OES realm. So what stops the county from taking up the cleanup? So Christy will go out just like after every place burns, after every fire we have, and she'll go out and mark it, and she'll say, basically here's the DINS report, the damage inspection report, how many structures are on the ground, how many is lost, how big the property was, you know, all that stuff, all the demographic data. We look to the state and to FEMA to come in to pay or to help, but it's usually never 100%. So the one thing I would like to say here is that if the county actually had money, which we know we don't, but the county could do 75% of that cleanup effort, and then it wouldn't be 100% on the landowner, it might only be 25%. Now, this, when we all talk about the economic development and everything that goes on out there, well, what happens if you lose 5 houses and you don't get a state declaration or a federal declaration? Basically, it falls right back to the county. So, because we don't have the ability to go out and take care of the cleanup ourselves, we rely a lot on the state to come out and help us. And I know this is just part of the economic development and, you know, just the larger picture of it there. But Christy does a very good job in earmarking what needs to be done and getting, you know, the people on board from the state or from the Fed so they have an accurate picture. But, you know, it all has to go back to the property owner. And then at the next level, it would be the county helping that property owner if it didn't get to the state level or to FEMA's level. So I'm definitely not trying to incur any other cost on the county, but if we did have a contingency fund or the ability to help out our property owners, I do think that it would be, you know, helpful for our people, for our residents. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Any other department heads?
Good afternoon, Chairman Fraser, board members, Tim Saxon, Sheriff. A couple things to talk to you about today. Number one, last month I briefed you just a little bit on our dispatch center. We were having some problems with that, trying to switch things over. The problem with that was the telephone lines coming in there. There were some problems with that, so we've been able to clarify that. AT&T and Frontier were able to figure out the problems on that, so we no longer have humming and problems with those lines. Those are all situated now. I've been informed that all the parties have to get together, so we've got State 911, Frontier, AT&T, Day Wireless. Everybody now has coordinated their schedules, so the end of August they will all be in the same room at the same time, ready to throw the switch, and we'll have our new dispatch center running. So we're very excited about that. As was mentioned earlier when Forest Supervisor Berkey was here, lots of fires going on up in Siskiyou County. We responded to the LEMA request, that's Law Enforcement Mutual Aid. We sent 4 of our deputies up there for a couple of days to help out with their request up there for resources. Because of the fire season, which seems to go on longer and longer, as a result of the fires last year, Butte County came up here and assisted us with Caltrans, I'm sorry, not Caltrans, Cal Fire, and we started working on a plan to develop evacuation zones, which we never really had before. So we began developing a plan to split Trinity County into several different zones. So we worked on that plan, and we got assistance from Trinity County Fire Safe Council. So we've been working on that. Those plans are pretty much completed now. Beginning this week, I believe today even, those plans will be pushed out utilizing social media, the newspaper. In fact, mailers will be going out with, I believe, the property tax bills. In fact, I got the email today. This is some information that will be going out in social media. I actually tried it out today. It works very well. People will be able to go to a website. It will come up. You can plug in your address. It will tell you what zone you're in. And so we will be able to utilize this during emergencies. And we'll coordinate with OES to have the same information on there so that during an emergency we can push this out on Code Red. We will eventually be able to coordinate Code Red to actually have the boundaries pushed in there. And at some point in the future, have this so that it will come up on a map at the same time. We're not there yet, but we eventually will be there. This is the beginning phase. So at least when we do have an evacuation, code red goes out, social media, and also the news medias, they will be able to have this information. It will pop up on the screen. OES will be able to put it out through either iPods or whatever media sources they have, as well as either Forest Service or CAL FIRE, whichever incident it is. They can publicize it as well, so that we will have good information out to the public where they will not have to rely on boundaries so much. Well, is it between this road, what area? They will actually have a zone. And you're hearing that a lot more now, publicizing it, know your zone. And so I think it's a very good tool to have. So that will be coming out shortly. Earlier it was mentioned at another meeting that the board would like to have a little bit more information about code enforcement. So I pulled our July statistics. This is just for the month of July. Code enforcement processed 32 reports, NOVs. They did 11 abatement operations, abating 7,812 plants, and responded to 1 code enforcement complaint that was processed and forwarded from the planning department. Training is going well. I mentioned before we had hired some deputies from the Cwsp Academy. We have 2 in field training right now. The training for them is going well. They're progressing excellent. And we're hoping by October to have them fully trained and released to start working on their own. And to piggyback off what Forest Supervisor Berkey was saying about our communication with CAL FIRE, I also want to mention the fact that she and I have been having regular meetings to discuss operational issues, as was mentioned before last year and the year before, between the Sheriff's Office and Forest Service. There were some bumps in the road with regard to communications. I see Supervisor Rhodes smiling a little bit there, but anyway, there were a few bumps in the road, but Supervisor Berkey and I have been having regular meetings, as well as North State Sheriffs have been getting together and talking about communication issues with Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and Fire Chief Moore from Forest Service back in Washington. So we feel that things this year, should they impact Trinity County, will be a lot better than in the past. So anyway, that is my report out to you on this wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else? All right.
Herman, this is Susie Cockums. If there's no one in the room, I'd like to report out if I can via Zoom.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Susie Cockums, Division Director, Grants and Housing. I just want to give you a brief update. We are busy. It is our grant cycle time of the year. So we're working on the renewal of the Homeless Housing Assistance Program grant, and then 3 new funding sources, which are potentially only one-time funding. It's the Homeless Housing Incentive Program, the Home Key funding, which is a capital development project, and Rural Homeless Grant, which between all 4 of those grants, we'll be submitting those applications through the middle of October, and potentially bringing millions of dollars into the county to address our homeless needs and short-term and long-term housing for that same population. Through some CDBG funding, I'm happy to announce that we have a new ambulance on its way to Southern Trinity area rescue. Hopefully will be arriving in September sometime. We have 3 emergency shelter trailers being constructed at the moment for the Human Response Network and their short-term housing needs, also funded through CDBG. We have multiple other grants in the hopper for community projects at North Fork Range, the Hay Fork Parks and Rec District, and several other community services districts, somewhere in the process of being constructed, hoping within the next 9 months we wrap all of those up. And then also busy with trying to add additional staffing. We were awarded last month the CMSP Local Indigent Care Needs grant for $1.3 million, and that's for staffing. So we'll be working on ramping up our housing unit with that additional staffing, thankfully funded by a grant for 3 years. And that pretty much wraps up our major workload right now, and I'll entertain any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any other department heads?
I have no raised hands, no chats, no anything.
All right. Moving on to report from County Administrative Officer.
The only thing I have to report, Chairman, is we do have our financial advisor here this week working on our fee schedule and our budgets. So we will be working on that this week.
Okay, thank you. All right, reports from the members of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Groves, you want to start out?
No county travel.
All right.
I have no county count.
All right, well. Okay, well, I did attend a meeting in Eureka for the North Coast Unified Air Quality Management District Board. A lot more driving than meeting. I think the meeting took all of 28 minutes. So I did come up with some information there, though, that I will be talking with the Department of Transportation about possibilities for the DOT to get some exemptions from CARB requirements because of the size of our county. So I'll be following up with Panos about that later. Maybe something good will come of it. Supervisor Gogan.
I have no out-of-county travel.
Wow. Well, I was lucky to attend the NACO conference in Colorado, was it 2 weeks ago, the 21st until the 25th. It was the annual NACO conference where they vote on resolutions, policy adjustments, amendments to resolutions. It wasn't as informative as the NACO meeting in Alaska. I was able to connect briefly with one of President Biden's senior advisors there that I've had ongoing contact with, so that's always helpful. And then also what may be most significant was the election for the second vice chair for NACO. James Gore, Supervisor Gore from Sonoma, got elected. And I probably no one's been to NACO, there's a lot of cowboy hats there. And to have a Californian get elected for this position was a big deal. And it was a landslide win. I felt really bad for the other two candidates, actually. But having a Californian in that position, also he has been on numerous committees. He's very familiar with all of our issues. It's going to be very valuable for California and for policy changes that are going to fit a lot of our footprint in California. That's about it. Oh, there should be additional ARPA money coming in September.
Great.
That's what I was told.
Additional money or our second payment?
The second payment.
It's not additional money.
Sorry. The second payment, sorry.
All right. Report from Cannabis Cultivation Program Ad Hoc. Do you want to start off, Keith, or do you want me to find my notes?
I think we pretty much, the standard numbers got reported today as Sean gave you his new format for approved licenses, and then, which is very interesting, the numbers on zonings where we see a big hole that we have so many in unclassified areas, and I think that's a monstrous hole that's going to need to be addressed at some point. But those are going to have to be rezoned to something or other later on. And so I will say with that good presentation, and I'm glad that it was done, there's from the grower side, there's still a big communication lack hole that they would like to see bring up, as Sean talked about. Now that's the next step, getting communication up better. We still have people that have not heard in what I would consider too long a time out of the Appendix C process. even though these things are getting better and time has to be given to every adjustment that we make to take place. But I'm sure Thursday we're going to hear that it's not as good as what it was portrayed today. But I think the process is vast improved, and once we get the communication side where people have people to talk to and can get answers quickly, I think then we'll be functioning up to where we should be.
Okay, I do have a couple minor things to report, and this will be more for people that are in the program. We did have some discussion on last Thursday. There are 100 CCLs that are in the first priority list of the 308 that had extension letters who haven't put in the Appendix C in the program yet. And those people need to submit soon, or at least notice of intent with the county so that they don't risk losing that position in line. And then the other thing that I was going to announce is on the 11th, there will not be an ad hoc meeting. We're going to do a trial of cutting back to only 2 a month and meeting opposite the Planning Commission. So we won't be meeting as an ad hoc on the 11th, and we'll see how that goes. And if that works out, then we'll move back to only meeting on the Thursdays that there is not a Planning Commission meeting. So that's mostly for the people that are regulars that are ad hoc. We won't be meeting on the 11th. Other than that, I think that our presentation earlier pretty well covered it.
I would like to expand so the people that haven't submitted your Cs that are in the first priority, at some point, sooner than later, you will be bypassed for the next group. So if you're waiting for something, don't wait any longer. Get them in and move on. Otherwise, the other priority groups will start being processed.
All right. Okay, I think that does it for reports and announcements. So we'll move into the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board in one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
Chairman Fisher, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Do you have any staff or board members that would like to have an item pulled and considered separately? Seeing none?
Didn't we already receive from Liz?
No, she just was noting that the August complex had been removed from those. It's no longer an emergency.
Oh, I misheard her. Okay, thank you. Okay, I thought she was removing it from the agenda.
No. So, would anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Several pages. Public hearings, planning and zoning, item 4.1. Continued August 16, 2022, the public hearing to consider an ordinance to establish limited density rural dwellings in Trinity County. And I guess I can kind of take the lead on this one, since it was my idea. The issue here is that we didn't get all the backup documents. We couldn't get everything done in time to get this item on the agenda for this meeting. So asking that it be continued to August 16th so that the board can move on at that time. And do we have any public comment on item 4.1? It's a public hearing, so.
You can open it for public comment. You can also make the motion.
I don't see any public comment in the room.
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Well, I will move to accept item 4.1 as presented.
I will second.
Any further discussion?
Can't the chair just continue it? Why do you need a motion?
Because it's been noticed as a public hearing, and so it would take a motion to move it.
Okay, somebody else did second.
No, they did here.
All right.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Fraser?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Solid waste. Item 4.2, conduct a public hearing to hear any objections or protests to the 2022-2023 delinquent list for solid waste parcel piece and adopt a resolution which confirms this list. No impact to the general fund. Any changes made to the report will impact the solid waste enterprise fund.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. This is Diane Rader, Deputy Director of Solid Waste. This is the final hearing in our parcel fee billings for the season, and it's to adopt the delinquent list that will then, once adopted, then it will roll to the property taxes. We sent out the original bills on 4/18 that were the corrected ones. They were due on June 30th. Delinquent notices were sent on 7/12, which unfortunately was late, causing another confusion in having to move the meeting from what the notices said because the printer couldn't get the bills out in the right space of time. So here we are today. We've accepted as many payments as we could through 7/22 to be able to submit the list to you for this meeting. And we've accumulated a few stragglers. We've got about $7,000 that is just in-house at the moment that we'd like permission to deposit so that we can get it on the list before it goes to the property taxes. And I think that is it for my comments.
Well, this is a public hearing. This is a public hearing, so we will open the public hearing on item 4.2.
Hi, my name's Alice Larkin, and I'm here to, I think, protest the $70 fee for the solid waste. When the original one came out in April, my husband had a really serious heart issue come up, and he was in the hospital for a week, and then he was home for 3 weeks recuperating. He does all the bills, and it just got away from us. So, I mean, we're very willing to go ahead and pay the $200 that we owe, and we're just asking if you could waive the $70 fee. I mean, in the past, we've paid everything. We've always paid on time.
Do you have a parcel number, you know?
I do. I've got two of them. We have two parcels. The first one is 015-230-048-000. Okay. And the second one is 015-230-050-000.
So you're claiming this on a medical emergency that you were unable.
Right, like I said, it just got away from us. He takes care of the bills, and so anyway. But we've always paid it in the past. There's never been a problem. So
okay.
Just wondering if am I still able to pay the $200 without it going on to our property tax?
So go ahead and have a seat, and then we'll figure out what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other?
Yeah, I would say, go ahead.
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Sorry.
So is there a way that we can legally waive this fee?
Before we start with questions, Chairman, have we closed the
Well-
public hearing or are we still doing public comment?
If you don't have anyone on Zoom and there's no one standing up in the room, we will close the public hearing
Yep.
and bring it back to the board.
Wanted to make sure we were clear with where we were.
Okay, perfect.
So do we have a way to waive this fee? It seems like she didn't wait here from 9 o'clock this morning till now for nothing. I'm sure she's been up to date on her bills in the past. This is a medical emergency that we should be able to waive the fee for. I have no problem at all waiving her fee.
Is that a question for Diane?
It is.
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead. Thank you. Sorry, you can speak, Chair.
In the past, then there are exceptions to it. When there is a hardship, then we've been known to waive those fees, yes. And I brought a receipt book, so I'm prepared to take payments on anybody that wanted to make a payment today. Also, if we were allowed to deposit those today.
Okay.
Thank you.
So today we're expected to do a motion and then any adjustments that we may make will be included in that motion.
Yes, and I will add a clarification before you guys make your motion for Diane. The list that was included, are those individuals that you have payment holding, are they shown on this list or they need to be removed from this list before they remove it, before they approve
No, they're
it?
not included at this point.
Okay.
Since it's a labor-intensive process, so we've got the list that we can throw together today and get it updated to what's submitted so that we're done by the end of the day, but they're not there at the moment now.
Okay, so, sorry, the payments that you are holding in the office, the approximate $7,000, they're not on this list?
They're listed as outstanding on the list, and we would take them off the list.
Okay, so we would need to know which ones those are so the board can include that in their motion when they adopt this resolution. Otherwise, they're adopting this resolution as presented, correct, Amanda?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct, they have to remove
Them.
And do we need to list those by parcel number, or can we just give her a blanket authorization to remove the ones that have paid?
I think she can give us the bill numbers.
She can do that, and then also if you want to waive the current homeowners that just came up, you would remove those particular parcels from this list as well.
In case I need it detailed, that's a list of, it's 10 copies of the list that we have. It's one pager. And addition of the one for today. And the second column are refunds that are overpayments that will not affect the list.
So you and I had a conversation on the phone about a particular property owner in District 2 who called in and was referred to, I think, Becca. I need to know if that got resolved on the phone or I was expecting that maybe she would be here today. Since she's not, do I assume that that was resolved? That was a mailing. It was a mailing issue.
It was not resolved. It was past the point where we could do anything on it. But
And so not seeing her here today, is this her only opportunity if she was unable to attend, which I believe she was?
unless you want to say that I can take payments for another day and they could get it to me and I could deposit tomorrow, but...
Meaning, if you took the payment today or tomorrow, do we have the opportunity to discuss that situation since I'm aware of what that was and reduce her fee, or her late fee, or is that she has to be here to do that herself in person?
I don't know the answer to that. She would have to be here.
To make that claim.
list that you just gave us, are these the ones that have paid that didn't?
These are the ones that are sitting in our office that.
That haven't got it.
Right.
So my request as your clerk, if you are wanting to approve Diane accepting the payment, depositing their payment, and not having those that have paid up to today roll onto their tax bill and their payments be returned to them, that be included in your motion and we somehow identify these. And I think I'm gonna look to Amanda. Can their motion include
this list?
Just this list, and then I can write them out in the minutes?
Yes, because you were given the list in the context of this particular hearing, so that's part of the record, so you can refer to that and have that in your minutes.
Okay, I'm going to take a stab at a motion that we accept on item 4.2, we accept the delinquent list presented in staff report minus the evidence presented by Ms. Rader list, payment list, and then also waiving the fees for parcel 015-230-04800 and 015-230-05500. 050, excuse me. And the last one, and that's if that gets paid today, the balance of the 200 will waive the fees.
Okay, we have a motion.
That makes sense?
I think I gotcha.
Yeah, the APNs need to be corrected though. So it was 015-230-048-000 and 015-230-050-000.
Yes. We have a motion and a second by Supervisor Cox.
Okay, I guess.
Do we have any further discussion on this item? All right, seeing none.
Okay. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may have a question that would be heard out of order. Does anyone want to change up the order? All right. Seeing none, Board of Supervisors, item 5.1, adopt a resolution electing to receive secure rural schools funding and the allocation for titles 1, 2, and 3 for federal fiscal years 22 and 23. Who do we have presenting this item?
Both me and Supervisor Cox are on the committee for this, but Supervisor Cox has kind of led the charge in this, and I just assisted her, so I would ask her to take lead on it.
The percentages of Title II and Title III funding are up for re-election, and there's a little bit more to the Title I, but we fall within the major distribution, and so that 85% will remain the same. Even if we did nothing, the 85% would remain the same and come to us. But if we don't accomplish a particular objective by responding to the state timely, and then they respond on our behalf, because the federal government will not communicate with counties, they will only communicate through the state. And so we're still nothing in the mail yet. Still waiting on documentation to come through the mail, which I scratch my head on. I don't understand why we can't hop online and download something somewhere, but we are utilizing snail mail apparently. We have to respond with what we want that Title II and Title III distribution to be. It's currently set at 12% for Title II, 3% for Title III. We have the opportunity to change those percentages slightly. Title III can go up to 7%, and since they total 15, then that would take Title II down to 8%. So at this point, it's not, I mean, it can be a discussion if we want to change the percentages, but the main objective to accomplish is that the board says that, no, we want that money, because if we say nothing, we will literally lose that 15%. So that's primarily what's before us today, and then if somebody wanted to have a discussion about altering the percentages to any degree, we can entertain that conversation as well.
So Supervisor Cox, could we have Pat come up and give us a brief explanation of the difference between Title II and Title III and how those processes work, so everybody understands what we're talking about?
Yes, please.
So I'm Pat Frost, and today I'm here as the chairman of the Title II Resource Advisory Committee, and someone who's been tracking secure rural schools since its inception in, I believe it was 2000. So Title I is what's called roads and schools. That's the roads and schools money. That's that 85% that we have no choice on how much we get. The remaining 15% are Title II and Title III. And just titles, just think of them as chapters in the law. So Title II is money that is retained by the Forest Service, but its allocation is accomplished by a committee that's appointed by the Secretary of Agriculture, which is that Resource Advisory Committee. And the range of projects, and you can see a list, I think I sent to Susie, of what we approved in 2021, actually January 2022, the kinds of projects that are allowed there. Watershed restoration, road improvements on federal land, forestry, fuels, fire resiliency projects, supporting youth programs, everything from a youth camp or a youth crew in Hayfork run by the Watershed Center to, in the past, YCC, Youth Conservation Corps crews down at Lower Trinity and summer day camps, things like that. Title III are the projects that the money comes to you, the Board of Supervisors, every year. And you just last year adopted approvals for the kinds of projects, and it's listed in Susie's very thorough staff report, the kinds of things that are allowable, including search and rescue, fire safe, fire wise programs, and something that was added in this latest reauthorization, which is to support delivering broadband to schools. So that was never an option for you before. So those are the two categories of projects. The last time the Board of Supervisors had the opportunity to fiddle with the percentages of that 15% was actually in 2013. It's been static ever since then. Each reauthorization by Congress just simply said, you get the same percentage as you had last time. And then there was a gap of a couple of years when there was no secure rural schools funding. So it's been static for all that time. This is an opportunity to make some tweaks in it. Supervisor Cox and I listened to a webinar on it, and there is this cap on Title III of 7%. Early on in the secure rural schools, some counties elected to put all their money into Title III and none into Title II. Congress didn't like that. They anticipated that there should be these local committees helping advise the Forest Service on how to do some projects on federal land. There also were some, I think, what were considered abuses of the Title III funding. There was a county, I think, up in eastern Washington that bought a helicopter using Title III ostensibly for doing fire and fuels related work. And in fact, what the helicopter flight log showed was it essentially shuttled supervisors around their county to different meetings and to Seattle and Spokane and Olympia and things like that. So Congress kind of tightened up all of that. I would have to say, both programs, Title II and Title III, in this last round of appropriations that were expended, were oversubscribed. You all recall that you probably had somewhere between 3 and 4 times the dollars in requests as compared to funding that you had. Title II, in our 2021 effort, we had about 50 or 60% over, subscribed compared to the funding that we had. You'll look at that list of projects, and I should let you know that that represents actually 2 years of allocation, plus some carryover money that the Forest Service had ever since 2016, which was the last appropriation, where funding, either projects didn't happen, some of them didn't happen because they were going to be fuels reduction projects where 2015 fires took out the fuel. And in some cases, there were projects that came in under budget, so the Forest Service just held that money for the RAC. So that's why it seems like, if you add it up, it's about $1 million, which is 2 years worth of funding plus a little bit. And I'm here to certainly answer questions, have suggestions if you want.
Well, the question I would have for you is what's your thought process behind leaving the percentages where they are today, where they have historically been versus?
So we actually had a RAC meeting a week or so ago, and we chatted about this. We didn't take any formal action, but our general thought was that when you heard Supervisor Berkey speak about all the infrastructure funding that's coming our way, there are some fairly significant pots of money coming, to California and to our forest to help deal with fuels reduction, forest resiliency, things like that. And we're seeing, and we even saw that in the last round of submittals, not a lot of fuels reduction projects or forestry projects coming from the Forest Service or its partners, the Watershed Center and the RCD. And my thought, I also watched, what you had to struggle through with your last Title III appropriation effort and being so oversubscribed. What our general feeling was, maybe make a slight adjustment and bump up Title III to 5% and reduce Title II by a couple of percent because, and now I got a little bit of transparency. I'm the RAC chairman, but I'm also the chairman of the Trinity Center CSD, which has the volunteer fire department, which has benefited from Title III money, so you need to know that. But I think that, looking at, the struggles that our volunteer firefighters, our search and rescue are having, just putting gas in their vehicles, to respond to things on federal land oftentimes, that it might be wise to increase by a little bit the Title III allocation. But that's not a formal position of the RAC, that's just my gut feel from our conversations.
All right. With that, we will open public comment on item 5.1. Do we have any public comment on item 5.1?
Chairman Frazier, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board.
Once we make this adoption today with these percentages, how long does it stay in place before we have opportunity to adjust again?
Maybe no, maybe.
I would assume that because this round, it says for the federal fiscal years 22 and 23, that there wouldn't be another opportunity until 24. And I think that's predicated on Congress actually doing another reauthorization.
Making the assumption that they didn't follow what they've done with prior authorizations after 2013, where they just keep rolling those elections. And I don't know, and I would defer, maybe Pat might know, I don't know if as the county we have the ability to modify these percentages within those reauthorizations if they don't request it.
No.
No, okay. So it really, it might not, yeah, it'd be until they ask again, but like Pat said, at the earliest, likely wouldn't be until federal fiscal year 2014.
2024.
Yes, thank you, sorry, 2024.
So,
They're gonna go backwards.
Jill, since you're the lead on this, are you comfortable with 3 going to 5 and 2 to 10?
I see the rationale behind that. I feel like people have spoken into that. It's a little bit of adjustment. It's not outlandish. It makes sense when we consider what we did go through. We all sat through that with the different departments, and their needs were real. And I didn't think their requests were unreasonable at all. And I like the view that looking at the funding that has gone to RAC authorized projects, they see potential funding for projects like that to be handled with different dollars. It seems like a really good compromise, and I feel comfortable with the 10 and 5 split.
Sorry.
So we probably need to make a motion.
I was going to say, would somebody like to make a motion before we get too deep into the weeds here?
Jill, would you like to, you want me to?
No, I'm happy to make the motion that we would, I'm not sure how it needs to read, because the first portion of it, Susie, is that we have to accept the fact that we do want to continue to receive our Title II and Title III.
That is all included within the resolution, so you just have to adopt the resolution, modifying, I believe your motion could be something like, adopt the resolution as presented, modifying Title II percentage to be 10 and Title III percentage to be 5.
Okay, that is my motion.
All right, we have a motion.
I will second Supervisor / Susie motion.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none.
Supervisor Gross.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm gonna vote.
Now we just need the paperwork from the state.
Yeah, and I did see on the Forest Service website that information was supposed to be being emailed to the state from the feds on the 22nd, so.
And I actually did get my many emails that I've been working on this. I have a live person that we can reach back out to again, so I think we have a channel.
All right.
And we'll stay on it.
Item 5.2, discuss and/or authorize Superior California Economic Development, SCED, in collaboration with community partners to explore the economic viability of a grant-funded renovation of the county Veterans Hall. No fiscal impact. Supervisor Cox, I believe this is your item.
So the Veterans Hall, originally known as the CD, or the Civil Defense Hall, is one of 2 such facilities in California, and there's a little bit of, it's come to my attention that a little bit of the historical facts on this might be a little bit skewed, so I won't read that portion into the record. But this building has not been comprehensively updated and upgraded since its construction, while continuing to be used for County Veterans Services Department and community functions. Board approval of this requested action would simply be to allow Superior California Economic Development and interested community partners, as there are, to explore potential funding options, pursue possible community partnership discussions, and then report back to the board any specific identified objectives. The county will not be asked to contribute any matching funds for any grants that may be pursued as a result of this initiative. The maximum county in-kind effort for this project would be a minimal amount of staff time to simply go and unlock the building to enable some on-site exploration so that a visible assessment of the renovation needs can be conducted to weigh against potential economic opportunities. I do have, let me just clarify. The countywide benefit of such a project would include enhanced community activities such as the scholarship gala that has been held there, community conferences such as wildfire planning and coordination efforts, emergency shelters when we have needed them for required heating and cooling spaces during storms and wildfires, updating of the commercial kitchen for hosting county and community events and for potential Shasta College classes to be held there. So I do have Beth Lindauer from Superior California Economic Development on Zoom. If there, and I imagine she has a little bit of extra input to give and she can answer any questions.
Are you there?
Great, thank you. Are you able to hear me okay?
There.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, I couldn't unmute myself. Thank you so much for having me here. It was brought to SCED as a opportunity to look at the economic development opportunity for the downtown Weaverville area. It is our investment to serve Trinity County and the best interest of the community as we have in the past. What Supervisor Cox is suggesting is that we basically contract with a consultant through grant funds that we raise to identify the feasibility of this project. How can it benefit the small businesses as well as the community as a whole? And also be able to identify if it will be self-sustained, what type of supplemental funding or revenue would be necessary for its sustainability, and what the opportunity is going to be for the education system and the business incubator concept. So it is our investment to bring this project through a study that we would hope to have complete by spring of '23, pending on the availability of the consultants. On another note, I foresee applying for feasibility study grant funds from entities such as the USDA, the EDA, or the EPA. I have not identified if it is a brownfield project given the structural integrity that exists. However, being a historical landmark could potentially open up opportunity for additional recognition to the area and potential tourism advantages.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question. Is this at all related to what Dee is working on from the New York State? Okay, thank you.
That's kind of my question. So there is one person, I think I read about this a month or so ago, that there is somebody trying to
There is.
spearhead this.
Yes, absolutely.
That would be the community partner.
That's the community part. And there are other community partners that have expressed, nothing in writing, but general, I would say, deep interest and a great willingness to partner in seeing this move forward.
Okay. Before we get too far into questions, only technical questions before we open the public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. I don't see anyone in the room, so we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board. You can.
I would move to adopt this item as presented, allowing the feasibility study funded with grants and with no commitment other than staff time to open the building on the part of the county to go forward as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gokin?
Aye.
Supervisor Gross?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. I suggest we take a break until 1:20 before we jump into item 5.3. And anybody have any issue with that?
Rachel, when?
1:20.
Yeah.
He took longer.
You get fired. Right away.
All right. We will reconvene the August 2nd regular meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. Moving on in county matters, cannabis, item 5.3. Take the following actions regarding the establishment of a cannabis processing ordinance. 1, find that the adoption of the proposed ordinance falls within the scope of the Cannabis Program Environmental Impact Report certified by the Board of Supervisors December 21st, 2020. Waive the reading of and enact an ordinance establishing Chapter 17.43I regarding cannabis processing and direct staff to file a CEQA notice of determination within 5 days of final action by the Board of Supervisors. No fiscal impact. Director Connell.
Thank you, Chair, board members, County Council, CAO Garza. My name is Sean Connell, Cannabis Division Director. Before you today is the second reading of the processing ordinance. This item was first brought to you on July 19th, the regular scheduled meeting, at which time they directed staff by a 3-2 vote. You will notice in your discussion on this staff report that it does say a 5-0 vote, unanimous. That is incorrect. It was 3-2. So we want to make sure that that is caveated with all members present to make changes as described below in the draft ordinance and return for final action. What you'll see before you today, the big tickets, are the 2 versions of the self-processor definition. We were directed to come back and to actually define that with the straddling of parcels in Trinity County as well as in adjacent counties. There are 2 different definitions that are provided to you. One is directed by the board, one that we as staff and working with Ms. Heidi have come to, as well as Sean Cameron, our county counsel, that really addresses it and makes it a little bit cleaner and a little bit easier to understand given the conditions with a parcel being in a separate county. Additionally, throughout the document, you will see the split to director's use permit and conditional use permit and director's use permit throughout the document. We did split that in 020 allowable zones. So a conditional use permit will be for C2 and C3 zones, while a director's use permit will be in industrial, ag, SUD, agricultural preserve, and ag forest. As well, there was the requested change for in 020BF, which would be to any opt-out area designated by the Board of Supervisors in Chapter 1743F, Cannabis Manufacturing, as that's where we pulled most of our opt-outs from. The removal of the variance is no longer explicitly listed out in your ordinance. That is now a standard planning tool that to be utilized. And I believe that is it. And so we're here today for the second reading and adoption of this ordinance. Should you take your following actions as recommended by staff, we would be 30 days from today, which would be September 2nd, this ordinance would become live. And with that, I'm available for any questions. I would like to caveat that Ms. Heidi Schuden is not on the line with us today. As this is a second reading, we are trying to save the rest of her budget so that she can complete the additional cleanups throughout our ordinance. And thank you.
Anyone have any technical questions for Director Connell before we open public comment? Seeing none, do we have any public comment on this item? Step to the podium, state your name and...
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Travis. I pastor at First Baptist Church here in Weaverville. And the reason why I wanted to come speak with you today is it was brought to my attention, I believe it was last week, that churches would no longer be considered a youth-oriented sensitive site when it comes to where they will site cannabis processing facilities. And the reason why I would be concerned about that is we do have a lot of youth at our church, particularly on a Sunday. We'll usually have about 15, which is a quarter of our attendance. As well as last week, we had our annual VBS, 20 to 30 kids there throughout the week. And really any day of the week, we will have youth present at the church. So I wanted to come humbly request of you to reconsider and have churches to be considered a youth-sensitive site when it comes to citing those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Do you have any public comment on Zoom?
Yes, I have Tyler Thompson.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm just asking for a little bit more clarity on what Director Connell had just spoke about in regards to the self-processor portion of this license. I brought this up on the original draft and also on the second one, see just a couple issues that will potentially affect, the small businesses in this county. I agree with Supervisor Groves in the original reading that, I would not advocate for semi-truck loads of cannabis grown out of the county to be processed under the self-processing license in somebody's, smaller facility. But just that maybe with the wording back and forth on this, it wasn't quite clear to me, and I was just hoping that it could include parcels that are adjoining to Trinity County, downriver, and I imagine in South Trinity, maybe elsewhere, a road or a river or a water course can split APNs that would be, hours to access other county facilities, sometimes within floodplains that are not able to build in that county, but the infrastructure on the adjoining parcel is in Trinity County, maybe under the same ownership, that somebody's willing to pay taxes and have built something to process that farm product within Trinity County. So I was just hoping for a little bit more clarity on that, and maybe even allowing, which I see in the second part of the definition, almost like a director's use permit for items processed out of the county. And I don't know if that was just for parcels that were straddling the county line. I would encourage the possibility of out-of-county processing with the approval of the director, but at the minimum, I would just like to see parcels that adjoin Trinity County, not just straddle, to be allowed in this, just for reasons that I just mentioned. So, thank you very much.
Okay. Next, we have Veronica.
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly-Alves, Douglas City. I too would like to ask you to reconsider and re-include churches in the description for setback areas. Most churches are historically and currently offer many youth programs to include Vacation Bible School, Sunday School on Sundays, but even using the definition of youth-oriented facilities, both from state programs or ordinances or laws, as well as our local ordinances, social media advertising is one of the main forms, and most of the churches here, their primary advertising involves youth-oriented programming for Vacation Bible School, weekly youth meetings, and they also include Sunday school. While not part of their advertising, there's also at least 2 churches in Weaverville that have that host sports for the local schools, as well as Parks and Rec when necessary, because they have gymnasium space available. They were vital when the high school did not have any gym space. More rural areas of Trinity County also use churches for youth-oriented programming. Based on that use, it could be considered that these are their primary uses within a church. So I would request that you please add the church back into the setbacks to maintain consistency, because our other ordinances do also list church, and adherence to the youth facility definition, which if you look at the programming that happens within churches, it is really primarily a lot of youth things that you see advertised, and that is part of the definition. So I would really request that you reconsider and add churches back in. It is primarily throughout the week used for youth-oriented services, but for the church itself and the community at large. Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
John Brower from Junction City. I want to encourage you to stick with the current definitions. I'm not sure what the negative impacts could be to churches or any other sensitive receptors. From a processing location, you're essentially talking about a warehouse with secured surroundings and limited access spaces and no possibility of anyone other than a licensee being on site. There's odor control on these buildings, and these are jobs we're talking about. Imposing those setbacks from churches additionally really limits the possible areas of the county that could have this use. And these are essentially drying and trimming facilities, and the trimming is labor intensive, and it's skilled labor, and we're really talking about the mothers of these communities, these rural communities that have these trimming jobs, whether licensed or unlicensed. And it seems we would want to encourage those jobs to be on the licensed side of the industry as opposed to the unlicensed. This is a way to do that and make real jobs for the employers that are paying into EDD and paying taxes, and where the employees have some protections too. We're really talking about sealed buildings with odor control and limited access. So I'm not sure what the impacts might be other than maybe some parents having jobs. But I encourage passage of this second reading and moving forward. Thank you.
Tom Sanders, District 1. I previously submitted a letter to the Board of Supervisors regarding the church setback, so I won't be redundant and get into that. But the previous speaker, the same logic that he is presenting, let's use that for schools. Why should any youth-oriented facility have setbacks? Where does it stop? Setbacks are for a reason, and I think they've been previously established by good logic and good governance, and that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Earl Everest. I'm elder at the First Baptist Church. The church is also a Red Cross evacuation center, which will also have families there. And it was played a key role, as Veronica mentioned, this last winter for the high school in supporting youth activities, basketball as well as volleyball. And maybe there is limited opportunity for a mix, but we'd rather not have any at all. So we respectfully request that you reinstate setbacks. Thank you.
We have Adrian Keys.
Good afternoon, thank you. Chair, Supervisors, I just want to say I support this ordinance as written. It'd be great to just get it passed. I hear the concerns of the citizens in the room there. I'm just not certain exactly what the impact is that would cause the concern. And you know, in churches, we're not included in the state sensitive receptor requirements, I believe, based on the idea that they are not considered youth-oriented facilities by the state. I hear the concerns. I believe that most churches will be located in the zone that would end up requiring a CUP when the time comes. If somebody tries to open a processing facility in a zone near a church, I can't imagine that they'll be on ag or whatever other zones I'm slipping right in a second, industrial, that processing would be allowed under the DUP. So I would imagine that'll address the concerns, and then it can be done individually, and regions will have their own ability to deal with how this ordinance as they see fit. Thank you.
Rhoda King.
Hi, this is Rhoda King from Trinity Center. I'm just going to harp on the grandfather clause again. I think it's important that we always honor the grandfather clauses as written Otherwise, what value do they have? These are important to a small handful of us out there that we rely on these grant funded projects for our existence. And I think it's just important that we don't set a precedent of deciding whether or not what parts of which grandfather clauses should be honored. I think they all need to be honored as written. And thank you.
Chairman Fisher, I have no new chats and no additional raised hands.
Seeing no more in the room, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anyone like to make that motion?
I'll move to approve as presented.
I would second.
Okay, I think I would make a competing motion that we do reinstate the church language to our setbacks, and other than that, I have no problem with what is written.
I would second that motion, and I have some additional discussion from the fire chiefs meeting last night. The chiefs would like us to add into the language, and they apologize they did not host a meeting in, was that in August? So they didn't have a meeting in July. They would like to receive a notice of application and also notice once the project is approved to receive a copy of the security plan. They understand that fire chiefs may change from time to time, and it may be difficult to get that notification directly to the chief in the area that the plant went into. So they said if it could just be sent to the fire chiefs, they would be happy to assist in getting that to the correct chief of the area. But they would like that to be included in the verbiage of the ordinance.
Do you have a proposed way to make that part of the motion, or a suggested amendment?
Yes, I would suggest that you amend your motion to include that upon application, notification would be required, supplied to fire chiefs, and upon project approval, a copy of the security plan would be provided to the fire chiefs.
Is that what you're proposing go into the ordinance?
Yes.
Why the security plan for the fire chiefs?
They are wanting to make sure that they fully understand what that security plan is so that they can be supportive in the event of emergency without wondering how do we get into a building to help, or what is the plan for workers that may be in the building as an evacuation route, just so that they can be fully on the same page.
Is this something that happens with all businesses anyways? Does anyone know?
I don't think it necessarily happens with all businesses. I think they are aware that there's going to be additional security at a facility like this, and they have a concern, if we're in the middle of an emergency, how can we be sure that we have been on the same page ahead of time before we're in the middle of a moment, so that we can make sure to help timely and appropriately.
Well, I kind of struggle. I don't think I would amend my motion to say that, because I think it, to a certain extent, it would be incumbent upon the fire chiefs if they're not sure to reach out, or if that building operator needs to reach out. But I don't think we need to put it into our ordinance. I really don't. I think it's that's not something that we ask of all businesses in Trinity County, and I don't think it's something that we really can. I know we've had issues in the past with fire plans and implementations of fire plans and stuff, and I just think that that might be one step too far.
Can I ask you a question of?
Just before we go on for a point of order, I want to clarify your motion. Your motion is to direct staff to come back with another ordinance, because you can't change this ordinance as written here and now. It would have to go back to another first reading.
It would, yeah, I do understand it would come back as a
Okay, so I want to clarify that your motion is to direct staff to return with an ordinance that's putting the church definition back into the youth-oriented facility.
Well, it's not into youth-oriented facility, but it would be putting it into a setback language where it was removed.
Okay. And I'm not sure if and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, if there was an actual second to that motion or if it was just a suggested amended motion.
I did second. Yeah. And I would like to ask the question, if I could, of Director Connell. Do you think that that process would happen anyway, even if the language the fire chiefs are requesting was not directly included in the ordinance?
Thank you, ma'am. If I may, through the chair. I think I capture what their request is, which is it should happen normally in their building evaluation. I do not know what our building development permits, what they're required to refer out, but it would be assumed that every local fire district would be notified of any new construction or change of occupancy from a smaller to a more hazardous. So for the most part, F1 occupancy will be utilized for processing of cannabis. That's standard in California Building Code, and they would need to at least review Chapter 9, which is the fire entity portions of that. So I would imagine that we would have already referred it, and then we notice everything legally in the paper. I don't like necessarily to say it that way, but I know that Fish and Wildlife and the Water Resource Control Board utilize Trinity Journal in order to see what projects are getting approved in the county. And so without explicitly referring an approved project only to the fire chiefs, I would imagine that that would be their fastest mechanism to know what's going on. We do list it by APN in the paper, but we have an amazing parcel viewer that anybody can utilize.
Okay. So if there isn't board support for that, I would leave my second under Supervisor Frazier's motion. I just would like it on the record that as the board appointment to the Fire Chiefs Committee, I do support what they are asking for. They are asking to more effectively and efficiently serve, and I appreciate that. So.
Right.
Well, to make a comment, my problem with your ask is that they're asking for a security plan and not a fire plan,
That was my primary concern.
which I have a problem with that. If they were asking to have a copy of the fire plan, maybe that's different. But I'm going to make the third and last. If I can find it.
You already have it written down.
No, I'm trying to get my head doing too many things at one time. No. So I'm doing Dan's with adding the church in, and this is a new ordinance, so we would go to a first reading at the next meeting, correct?
You would go to a first reading you would direct staff to come back with an ordinance that would go through first reading.
Okay. Since the church part has to be done that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. Under the self-processor definition, and this is on page 2, I would find it again. So it says in the middle of the paragraph, for self-processing cannabis from the premise under the same ownership that is grown in an adjacent county, proved to satisfaction. Darn it, I apologize for, I had this in. Oh, I'm sorry, it's in the very first. It talks about under the same ownership and the premise which for the parcel is partially in Trinity County. I would like to change that to the parcel or adjoining parcel. So my goal here is that there may or may not be the same parcel, but if you have a parcel on both sides of the line that adjoin, that they would still be able to go across the street or across the river or whatever.
So your motion, just to clarify so our second is clear, is to add the church back into the setback language. This is to direct staff to return with an ordinance that puts the church back into the setback language. and to redefine in the first sentence of self-processor as a license type that allows for processing of cannabis grown on any premises within Trinity County under the same ownership, including those premises with multiple cannabis licenses under the same ownership, and on premises for which the parcel is partially within Trinity County.
Yeah, so the parcel is partially within Trinity County or an adjoining parcel to the Trinity County parcel.
Okay. A parcel or adjoining council partially owned within Trinity County, but also extends into an adjoining county.
I think he wants to make sure that that doesn't have to be the same parcel, though, that it can be an adjoining parcel that's a different APN number.
Okay.
Can I go ahead and amend my motion to include that part of the amendment? Can I do the same amendment?
So you want to amend your motion to reflect
We're confusing our clerk.
It's okay.
Supervisor Groves.
She can handle it. Yeah, to reflect the parcel amendment, the APNs.
Can we
Hang on, Jeremy. 'cause-
see if we get a second for Supervisor Groves'
I'm sorry.
third motion first,
That's
please?
my fault.
Because that would essentially put more than four, I mean, more than three on there, so,
I will second Supervisor Groves' motion.
okay.
Okay.
You can withdraw your motion.
I don't want to.
He doesn't want to.
You don't have to yet, because we have to go backwards in order, so.
So I'd like to amend my motion to include the same wording.
We can't at this point, because you have the three motions that are currently on the floor.
So there's no amending.
So
Amend his original motion.
Why not?
then you're essentially having your motion. You could amend your motion. I don't know that it's necessary unless you're changing something that Supervisor Groves.
The church is the difference between our motions.
But he's already added that back in. Oh, so you want to add, you want to change the self-processor language and not have the church in the setbacks. Okay. Go ahead.
So be it.
Do you have that, clerk?
And we have an amended second.
Do you accept his amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so now we have.
It's not too complicated.
All right, well, I'm going to make it even less complicated because I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Doesn't help me.
It's the sub one, right?
I'll leave it up to Keith's motion. I agree with this better. So, all right, now I'm looking at. Do we have any other?
Can we hold the phone for a second, please? Because I don't have all of this
Okay.
written down. As I can't write as quickly as you guys can talk.
Okay, well, I was just going to ask if we had any further, if we thought as fast as we talked, it would be better. I'm going to, does anyone have any further discussion on any of these items? Well, Susie's trying to write.
As a head nod to the fire chiefs, I would ask if Supervisor Groves would amend his motion with the verbiage that you were comfortable with, rather than saying a copy of the security plan, a copy of the fire plan.
I think the fire plan kind of is going to go through them anyway. I think it's redundancy.
All right.
So, just so I get this straight in my brain so we don't have any wrecks, the first motion that we'll be voting on is Supervisor Groves' motion, which would reinstate the church language and add adjoining parcels in an adjoining county, correct?
Amending the self-processor definition as he described.
Okay, so that would be are you prepared over there?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I just have a comment to make too, because I should explain myself. I don't have an issue with the churches. My basis is on that these are processing facilities. They're private businesses. They're not public businesses where anyone can walk up to a door and go inside. You can't go and peek in and see what's going on inside. These are fully enclosed private businesses. And so that's just my moral compass on it. I just want to make sure the public understands my position and why I have it.
So I'll throw my moral compass in on that also. As we sit here today in this Board of Supervisors room that holds 100 odd people, this could be a church. This could be a house of worship right here. And, a few hundred feet away we have the courthouse. And whatever's happening in the courthouse right now, we have no idea what's going on there. It doesn't impact us at all. You know, whatever's happening here is not impacting them because they're in their building, we're in ours. There are a load of mitigation factors that are put into the processing building. So I understand somewhat of the kid-related thing, but I just don't understand how the crossover happens. If I'm here, and everybody in this room, if you can tell me what's going on at the courthouse right now, specifically, I would be amazed. And if they could tell us what's going on in the Board of Supervisors meeting right now, I would also be amazed. So I'm not sure how we get the contamination or the, whatever the negativity is between the processing plant and the church. How are we finding that crossover? Where is that coming in between two? How are we getting it? There are two separate buildings that are, one of them, the processing plant is, you know, mitigations for everything, and they can also have a fence around it. It is a private, you know, business. I'm just not seeing how there is any crossover between the two. I just don't see how this building and the courthouse, will say, are joined in any way, you know, physically, mentally, at all. I just don't understand that part of it.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes, certainly.
So our ordinance that you don't object to says that it can't be within 600 feet of a youth-oriented facility, a school or residential treatment facility. So what?
I don't think, okay, sorry, I'm going to keep.
Well, no, my question to you is that why don't you object to being 600 feet from a school?
Why don't I object to being 600 feet from a school?
Yeah, under the same reasoning.
I would object to it being 600 feet from a school.
You wouldn't?
I would.
So that's one of the things I brought up in our last meeting is churches are a lot of times also youth-oriented facilities, schools, and rehab centers, all three. So if we're going to set back 600 feet from those three things, why would we specifically remove the word church, which is oftentimes all three of the above? That's the question I have there.
I think schools are 100% youth-oriented facilities. Rehab, I understand that part of it, although they do occur in separate buildings. Church, I don't see it. I just don't see the crossover. I don't see where this being a church and the courthouse being a processing plant has any commingle. I just don't see how they would commingle. It wouldn't disturb me right now if I was in this church, what was going on at the courthouse, or vice versa, I would imagine. That is my take on it. And I do say that schools are 100% youth-oriented. Churches, I don't think they are. In fact, the gentleman that got up said 15% of the people that participated were youth. So that's not, you know, that's a very small percentage, I think, of the participation. So they're not youth-oriented.
All right.
I think that the difference is that the children are children 100% of the time where they go. And since they frequently go to these places also, it fits the definition of where they should be set back from.
I couldn't really.
Oh, if it helps you at all with, this is my thinking, children are children 100% of the time where they go. And since they frequently go to these places, just like they frequently go to schools and parks, then the definition in my mind remains clear to include them in the list. So I don't know if that helps you at all, but that's my thinking.
I still don't see the.
All right, well.
I still don't see the crossover.
Any further discussion? Or we ready to, Susie, call for a vote on Supervisor Grove's motion?
Okay. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Vogan?
No.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Essentially moves the motion. The only difference was whether the church was in or not. Correct.
Motion passes.
All right.
Just for clarity, that does bring us back to a first reading. And
So your first reading at our next meeting.
Yeah, thank you, just for clarity. Thank you.
All right. That, move on to item 5 point. What?
Wait, let me ask Amanda, this won't count as a first reading and then come back to the second?
What is the definition, just from my own understanding? Sometimes we have made adjustments if it was one word or the inclusion, and sometimes it's allowable to let that continue to be that reading, and sometimes it's not. What's the line?
You're making substantive changes to this ordinance, so you're changing the definition of self-processor, which hasn't been considered at all.
If that definition hadn't been there and it was just the church, would it still be
If you're putting
that
it
strong?
back in, you could argue, I don't think so. I think it comes back for a first reading. It should be, unless it's a typo, but.
So you're saying that it's slightly subjective and this is just your take on it, which I buy.
If you're making substantive changes, especially at that length of discussion, for purposes of due process for the public, it should come back.
Okay, clear.
All right. All righty then. Moving on. Sheriff, item 5.4. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 21-22 for jail department 2300, decreasing salaries and benefits by $160,000 and services and supplies by $60,000, and increasing transfers out by $20,300. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 21-22 for Sheriff's Department 2200, increasing revenues by $55,300, salaries and benefits by $160,000, services and supplies by $30,000, and interfund expenses by $5,000. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 21-22 for Animal Control Department 2350, decreasing revenues by $14,400, increasing salaries and benefits by $20,000, service and supplies by $24,000, and interfund expenses by $1,600, and approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 21-22 for Lake Patrol Department 2210, increasing transfers in by $20,300. Overall increase in general fund appropriation in the amount of $55,300. Current cash balance in Lake Patrol Fund of $144 is $12,282.56. Sheriff, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, could you read that again? I missed part of that. The attached budget adjustments allow for the reallocation of funds between the line items within each budget to more accurately reflect the revenue and expenses in fiscal year 21-22. It also allows for the reallocation of general fund revenue in the amount of $199,700 from the jail budget to the sheriff, animal control, and lake patrol budgets. This will eliminate the need to request contingency funds in the fiscal year and year-end and closeout process.
Does anyone have any technical questions for the sheriff before I open public comment? All right, that we will open public comment on item 5.4. Item 5.4. All right, do we have any public comment on item 5.4?
Chairman Frazier, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
And no one in the room. All right, that will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve as presented.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
Second, any further discussion or competing motions? Hearing none.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Yes.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you for your patience, sir. Well, that, oh, I have to Before we adjourn, I'll have to read the closed session items.
Oh, and then just to mention, I will be recusing myself from all of these cases except Supply Creek LLC versus County of Trinity. And if you're able to adjust the order,
I will do that.
I don't think so.
All right, so closed session item 6.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 6, Mines versus Trinity County et al., Trinity County Superior Court case number 20 CV 036, Mines versus Trinity County and Kim Hunter, Trinity County Superior Court case number 20 CV 082, Trinity Alps Farm Incorporated et al. Versus Trinity County et al., Trinity County Superior Court case number 21 CV 008, Carlson et al. Versus County of Trinity et al., Trinity County Superior Court case number 20 CV 136, American Cannabis Partners LLC versus Keith Groves et al., Trinity County Superior Court case number 20 CV 157, and Supply Creek LLC versus County of Trinity et al., Trinity County Superior Court case number 21 CV 124. Do we have any public comment on any of these closed session items?
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. With that, we close public comment on closed session, and we will adjourn to closed session.